Welcome back, y'all, to another night of LPL English, the unofficial English co-stream of the LPL. My name is Mark Ralph Alexander Arambide. I am joined by the one and only Mr. Gavin Quackington, the one and only Kha'Zix in my heart that I feel like should be able to grace Summoner's Rift. Sorry, Bone Void, but Quacks has saved my life many more times when I've been auto-filled. But Quacks, we've got a banger series tonight, and before we get any further, I just want to kind of get your quick thoughts on how this LPL playoff has been so far.
I mean, it has been one of the most exciting playoffs, and I say this as a guy who has only experienced LPL playoffs as a caster twice now. This is certainly more exciting than what we had in Split number 1. Not the highest bar, but still, I think for however long we're going to be doing this, Mark, covering the LPL, looking at the region so many people call chaotic, even by the standards of this region that has been set up, this has been a very chaotic playoff so far. And the fact that we have the first and second seed battling it out this early on in the bracket, one of them not going to be able to make it to MSI, was something that nobody would have predicted.
JDG and BLG, the number 1 and the number 2 seeds, or I should say number 2 and number 1 seeds respectively, going into this matchup. This is a finals rematch from Split 1, but it's in the lower bracket, so we are affectionately calling it the finals in exile, where, as you said, Quacks, one of these teams that both of them represented LPL on the international stage at first stand in Sao Paulo, Brazil just a few months ago, they're not going to be able to make a return to the global stage at MSI in South Korea a month from now. So, with all that said, it's time to get down to brass tacks and start meeting our teams on Summoner's Rift for tonight's lower quarterfinals. On one side of Summoner's Rift, we've got Jindong Gaming, the boys in black and red. And representing them is Xiaoshu, Junja, Hongqiu, Gala, and Vampire. And without further ado, Quacks, we're going to start jumping into a very, very fun segment where we're actually going to break down some of their team fights from their prior series against Top Esports, where they were unvictorious and sent to the lower bracket. Now, one of the things that we have to keep in mind here is that JDG's team fighting, credit to Tabe, but also to the strength of these 5 individuals, can be some of the best in the region. And when they have proper setup and they have strong coordination of the targets that they want to be able to attack first, then JDG is almost second to none. BLG comes very, very close, but of course, when JDG has bested BLG in the past, looking at you, Split 1 regular season, this is where they excelled in. Now, first objective setup. They're preparing for Rift Herald here. Gala gets the wave crashed in, so he's able to move first. Unfortunately for Jackie Love on Lucian, he has to catch the wave, and he cannot walk in here into this wide open entrance from mid lane, because he can get totally owned by Vampire and Junja. So he has to take the long way around. So now Tien and Cream are isolated, and unbeknownst to them, we've got Hongqiu waiting on this area. So what's going to happen is they're going to look for a pincer. Tien stepping up here is fatal because these 3 members can simultaneously attack with Ahri over the wall. So it is absolutely no question that Junja on Vi just slams the ultimate right here. Recall and follow up, Ahri charm over the wall, instantly numbers advantage to kick off this fight. That costs 2 ultimates, and Hongqiu's Spirit Rush is now active and has the resets going, so this is where things might look tricky for JDG, but their target selection is damn near flawless in this fight, and Top Esports, quite frankly, are a little too confounded and split on when to commit. Zweon, having TP'd behind them, is forced to use ulti just to reposition on the other side. So then we extend the play, and even though Top Esports are getting some good damage in, they're prioritizing the right targets. They see that Cream is the easiest to access for all 4 of these members here, so they get his flash. And then, of course, Cream is going to think, maybe we can re-engage with this Realm Warp right on top, while Xiaoshu is getting zoned and threatened by Zweon on the right. But the main core of this section just stand together and wait for Cream to enter. And they immediately turn back. And somehow in this exchange, not a single JDG member dies. This is peak JDG fighting. This is when everything is going right and when their composition is very easy or at least simple to execute. Everyone understands who the targets are. Now, when we set up for this second game and this fight, JDG has a different composition set up. So first of all, they have Annie and Mel, 2 double mages, no sustained damage really, compared to like a marksman. So they need to use their Jarvan and their Nautilus to shotgun and blow up one target, kind of similar to how Vi and Ahri want to react, but they need to be able to do it off the long range engage from their support and jungle. Now, they don't give themselves the room to actually set this up accordingly, because first, all 5 members are in the river and everything looks totally okay to kick things off because all these top esports members are completely split. But then they start wasting their spell rotations onto a Scion while Junja is trying to commit to this dragon here. So now JDG are split, and the one thing they want to avoid is getting caught in a choke point and not being the first ones to engage. Because if they're the ones engaged on by Seraphine, by Wukong, by Scion, you can only reflect one of these 2 projectile ultimates. Everything else can follow through. And then, of course, on top of it, Cream is threatening with the flank right below them around this dragon pit. So this causes JDG to panic. The coordination starts to fall apart. Skill shots are missing from the force engage. And even though Arrow goes wide, Scion ulti falls short, there's still an Encore. There's still a Wukong ulti that they have to respect. And JDG, at this point, should just take the L and try and go back to mid-wave, regain mid-prio, and you could even threaten Baron instead. But they attempt to force their way back into the choke point, and this is where the punish happens, because they think maybe we should commit onto Cream, or at least Vampire calls to turn on Cream instead. But that is going to expose this backline to a snap engage from Tien, who immediately sees the backline has no protection whatsoever. Not even Durex could save this play from happening for JDG, and top esports just run away with the fight, completely eradicate the lead, and at that point, the game is pretty much out of their hands. And there are similar situations that basically happen here on out in games 3 and 4, where some of the fights don't need to happen from JDG because they forced the engage a little too hastily after getting the objective that they wanted, or in game 4, they completely disrespect the flank angle from Zweon and do not give enough time to try and commit to one side of the play. So one of the things that we really want to be able to see from them going forward is JDG being a lot more patient and being a lot more disciplined in these team fights and having proper objective setup.
For sure. And then also, it feels like JDG are a very momentum-based team. This is a squad that has some really impressive gold differences at 15. So if they're able to leverage those gold leads in order to get that setup, in order to get that skirmishing power that we talk about, Rafa, being kind of a double-edged sword for their gameplay, it could be the difference maker up against BLG, who in their own right are a very skirmish-heavy team, love to fight. That has been what they have kind of been known for throughout the entire year. So I absolutely agree with you. JDG's fighting has been kind of something that has been an advantage, but also can come back to bite them if they aren't careful and they don't rein in that patience a little bit.
Well, we got to take a look at who their opponents are going to be on the other side of Summoner's Rift, because those guys are not going to give them any meaningful breathing room. It is the defending back-to-back LPL champions in Billy Gaming, Bin, Shun, Knight, Viper, and On. They have been wounded by WE and sent to the lower bracket, but anytime you have a king that is wounded, their pride is going to double, and they will become a demon unlike any other, and I fear for JDG's lives here in the lower bracket.
Absolutely, and I feel like the Achilles heel for BLG for the longest time has been in the macro department, but we saw a bit of evolution in that regard, Mark, as we do go on to these clips, and I do want to illustrate my own discussion about BLG's macro that I think they really showed up against their series against EDG. Despite some interesting early games, you can see here that the kills are even. EDG have 2 dragons, but they don't fret, they don't fear. They get a pick on Dejue and then use that to gain control of this top side. We can see Bin is in the top lane looking to get this split push off and really threaten this tower, and EDG are wanting to try and assist that in some way. They move on up, they get a kill on to leave, which is perfect. Didn't need it, but it's like getting it's like just getting a dessert after your little snack there. So anyway, they get that kill, they get the Herald as well, and then BLG still with control kind of over this top side are going to look to leverage that advantage as much as possible. They have complete freedom, a complete reign over this area, so Herald's going to be popped, ZDZ is going to be threatened, and with everyone in mid, with everyone in bot, with Dragon being started up here by Xiaohao, there's no one in the area to really assist them, so they get gold for essentially free. And if you've been paying attention, I mean, the gold difference has been spiking up by like 400 since the start of this play. So with just a couple of kills and a few plates, BLG, I feel, out-macroed EDG despite losing a dragon right there and kind of having that stacking. And then look at that. ZDZ face checks, gives them another kill. So even more gold goes into their pocket. After this replay ends as well, Knight manages to get that turret at the same time. So even furthering that gold difference between the two teams as well. So really impressive stuff coming over from them. And just, I feel the Achilles heel kind of being shored up for them against EDG. We saw the best macro they had to offer against that team, and I feel like if they can perfect that weakness that has been such a major talking point about their gameplay, even since before 2026 mark, they will look unstoppable. That is a really exciting thing to see if it can end up happening, and we're gonna have to see it happen against JDG. As we talked about, this is a team that really excels at setup, that really excels at momentum-based gameplay whenever they load onto the Rift, and I think BLG are gonna have to bring their A game.
JDG at their best, like you said, when they're able to slow the pace of the game down and allow themselves the breathing space to get proper objectives set up. And that at least was the crux used against BLG in their 2 back-to-back series wins during the regular season of Split 1 earlier this year, where BLG were dominating upon smashing lanes and being able to just full court press, gain advantages everywhere, and not have to take JDG on even footing grounds when it comes to those fights, right? But as we get a chance to see, looks like there was a fan meet for both JDG and BLG before the series, which I love to see.
I love it.
Vampire greeting some of the fans there. I want to take a look at the rivalry between BLG and JDG over the years, because since 2023, these two orgs have been at each other's heels for many, many important scenarios and times throughout this period. Between Knight joining JDG in 2023, JDG for the majority of that period was pretty much dominating BLG in every regard. Now, what this graph illustrates is that the times that JDG or BLG finished higher than the other team in regards to the tournament or the season that they were playing in. So, for example, regular season, playoffs, and then the international tournament that they were playing in. Now, the one time BLG had a banner over JDG, for example, in 2023 during Knight's era on JDG versus Shun and the rest of BLG, is because BLG are ahead in the summer regular season of 2023 by 1 series. 15-1 versus 14-2 regular season score from JDG. But then once Knight joins BLG, the 8-win match streak crumbles, and BLG, for the most part, take a majority of the wins. The only 2 times where JDG found themselves victorious over BLG in a series that is not Demacia Cup is when Shun is on JDG in 2025, and he and Scout dunk on BLG during Split 2 regular season. But then afterwards, it's just been pretty much BLG other than the 2026 Split 1-2 series regular season, but BLG have the advantage when it comes to history and recent precedent at the moment.
And it feels like, you know, we talked about it a little bit already, or Mark, you talked about it a little bit already, but the big difference maker has been the man in the mid lane for BLG now, Knight. And this is a series where I feel like it is really important, not just for the results of what BLG want to accomplish, obviously making it to MSI, but also for just the amount of steam that this guy has generated, the amount of discussion he has kind of put forth in the community of League of Legends as a whole. Some discussing him being the best player in the world. It would be a damn shame to see the streak ended right here. I believe this would be maybe his lowest finish since like 2021 or something like that. It has been a long time since Knight fell down in the playoffs this far. So especially after so much discussion has been generated around him relative to international standing, would be a pretty big disappointment overall. But for him specifically, just because of the reputation he has garnered over 2026.
I mean, he's coming into playoffs as a defending MVP and a defending 2-time champion, so definitely a lot on the line there. But we got to take a look at another side of Summoner's Rift here and start magnifying the lens a little bit, because Gala and Viper, 2 carries on this roster, not necessarily given a lot of the spotlight just because of the players they are surrounded by. Obviously, Viper was the big change for BLG going into this year, apart from the return of Shun in the jungle role, of course. But Viper is surrounded by Knight and Bin, who are demanding a lot of resources the majority of the time. And even though Viper was supposed to be seen as like an AD carry that would raise the overall ceiling, he's mostly been playing weak side for a lot of BLG's successes, and a lot of the side laning advantages have gone from Shun playing around Knight, whereas you look at Gala, he is also someone that is kind of under the radar despite his accomplishments over the years, because Hongq and Junja have definitely been the most impactful and game-defining moments of these series for JDG.
And I think it's so funny. A lot of people associate Viper with dominant 2v2s and being able to really just put the hands on the enemy team in the laning phase. But I feel like his role has been altered slightly to what we've grown to expect from a player like him. I think his late game impact has really been the thing to look out for. And then Gala has been the guy in the early game, really with Vampire looking to 2v2 the enemy team. JDG have put a lot of resources into him for a fair amount of their games. And I do think that it has paid off a good number of times. So the big impacts of these players felt at different stages of the game has been a really interesting development as the split has gone by. Viper being more precedent in the late game, whereas Gala really gets built up to right as the game loads in. That early game has been his time to shine. And it will be a question of, can Viper be that closer? Yanni referred to him as that guy against EDG, the one who was able to help BLG get these decisive late game ending plays to close games out cleanly. He's going to need to be able to do that against JDG, a team that I think has been very difficult to fully knock down. They have been good at stalling out games and getting micro advantages to stay in contention. So Viper, he's going to have to be that closer. He's going to have to put JDG into the dirt. And if they get put in the dirt here in the lower bracket, Mark, they are unfortunately not getting back up.
Getting a chance to see the teams do their walkouts as we get closer and closer to our first game of the finals in Exile in the lower bracket. Just imagining a number 1 and a number 2 seeded team, not only in the lower bracket, but this early in the lower bracket. This is a lower bracket quarterfinal, mind you. And I know that you on Twitter has been very superstitious about teams having too much aura when it comes to the beginning of the walkout. Knight had the reverse.
That was kind of cool.
Pointing to the store. That was cool. Does that curse him? I would like to imagine that Monkey has defeated that claim, or maybe WE just has the exception. But Knight didn't go too hard with the aura. It was a cool, simple pose. It wasn't the whole chair, you know, sitting down on the throne. Because right now, BLG are being threatened by their reign as back-to-back champions. And if JDG were to continue the work of WE after being sent to the lower bracket and officially bearing their chances of being three-peat champions, who knows?
Yeah. And we get the JDG aura check there. I wouldn't say it comes off as too strong, similar to BLG. You know, they got matching hand signals to go through as they now go through the crowd to meet BLG on the stage. But going back to your BLG points, Mark, and just the overall reputation and what's on the line for this team, given what they have built up over the course of 2026, I feel that it is also just about the rest of the players as well, right? I think that Bin and Shun off of first stand were the top lane to look out for. These were the guys to beat. Bin has done such a good job at remaining consistent over the course of the regular season. Shun has been playing his style of game. All of the BLG members have really not dropped the ball. This is a squad that went 12-2 in the regular season, and I feel a ending here where you get down in the lower quarterfinal. Even the winner here, by the way, still has a gauntlet to run. So I feel that this is still not going to be the end of the story. This is not going to be the end of the superstition for the team that even wins this series, but it will be a really big disappointment for the team that loses. And BLG, despite being this far down and having a mountain to climb, even if they win, a lot of people still favor them to get to MSI. So just shows you the confidence that people have in this squad's ability to bounce back.
Yep. But the heavier the expectation, the heavier the fall would be if JDG were to deny them that road back to MSI or the international stage, back to grand finals and a chance to even defend that throne. BLG, more than anything, they want revenge against WE for sending them to the lower bracket and prove that any doubt that might now be surrounding them needs to be silenced. But that's on them. And like you said, the road does not end even with the win tonight. They face anyone's legend, or the winner faces anyone's legend after this in the lower semifinal. And then after that match, it is the loser of WE and Top Esports from the winner's bracket. Only then, after succeeding through those following matches, you will at least qualify back to the international stage for MSI and have a chance to play in grand finals. And for JDG, it would be their first chance at a title since 2023. For BLG, it would be a chance to go for a three-peat. And that would mark the official accomplishment of a BLG dynasty here in 2026. Both teams looks like they are loaded up and ready to go, Quacks. It's time to kick things off for our first draft between BLG and JDG.
And BLG getting that win over EDG. We talk about in the lower bracket, Mark, how important momentum is if you want to make a deep run. So BLG having a sweep over their most recent opponents could be riding that high going into the series against JDG, who unfortunately did suffer the loss against Top Esports. So might be feeling the opposite emotion going into this best of 5, as we are going through the bans. No one specific role being super heavily targeted, but that Twisted Fate ban going to be levied against Honkyu, who has made his name this split on the champion, and just the amount of global presence that it has provided, Mark.
And the respect for Junja's Nocturne still remains at large. This champion was banned 16 times against Junja during the regular season. And while Nocturne has definitely risen in priority as probably the most feared jungler to let through on the pick and ban table, Junja in particular helped redefine what that champion could do in the level 1 Raptor invades, being able to cross across the map. Cassiopeia is open, but I want to mark that Top Esports found a way to answer it with exceptionally long range. The Hui and the Ziggs combo from both Cream and Jackie Love made things very difficult. BLG, however, could go for a classic, Bard for on, sets up that long range guarantee engage, or at least fishing for it with a Tempered Fate, and also gives you lane priority in the bottom lane. Oh no! This is usually on me! You've been Nocturne ulted.
Disabled. I have been Nocturne
Unlucky.
ulted. This is what I get.
Until we get Quacks back. JDG, we're thinking about the Vi. It was something that worked really well for Junja, not only in their previous years against top esports for their one and only win, but also something that does give Junja a lot of reliable lockdown. However, Ezreal locked in for Gala. That opens up the pool for Vampire, whether he wants to go for Enchanters to match against Bard for lane prio, or if he wants to go for roaming engage supports. And with JDG constantly hovering what they want for jungle, ooh, the Nefiri. I'm not gonna lie. Between the Vi and the Wukong, I was definitely thinking more along those lines, but a Nefiri this early on, when Xun has such a proclivity for Poppy, makes me a little cautious about JDG locking in this champion this early on. Seems that Quacks is still trying to reconnect, so we'll just have to carry on for the time being. Caitlyn locked down with the Bard. Very powerful laning duo here. Gnar being somewhat hovered, but if BLG slammed this Gnar early, could always be a Vayne lock-in from Xiaoshu. So BLG are going to think twice before taking that gamble. Jace hover, at the very least, could be flexed to jungle Jace if you wanted to. Not really something that we've seen at least until the later stages of a best of 5. So Sion makes a lot more sense, a lot safer, a lot less strong counters. You will still be a reliable front line for the squad. And so now JDG, do they want to look for their guaranteed support pairing with Ezreal? Do they want to look for their strongest counter into Sion while it's showing? And I think the bet for JDG is to guarantee that they can find something that pairs along with the Ezreal well and use the fact that Ezreal can lane by itself relatively safely. And now Vampire can roam around with Junja on this Nefiri, link up and look for those kill threats. Looks like Quacks is still gone. Once we get him back, we will have our favorite Kha'Zix main back with us on the cast here. BLG, think about now bans. You can look at mid and top lane, as it should be pretty set in stone that this Nautilus and Ezreal are not flexible in their roles for this composition. Nefiri is like the one champion that could be put into solo lanes, but we've seen it so many times in jungle that I imagine that is where it's going to go. Good snipe on the Poppy. As we mentioned before, Poppy is a Xun favorite, and Poppy is definitely a favorite of junglers who know how to pilot her to be able to shut down this Nefiri, because anytime she wants to open with the Hound's Pursuit, very easy to just pop the Steadfast Presence and block that from her. Rise, BLG trying to deny some mid lane combos that could help easily guarantee a gank setup or CC combo for Nefiri to be able to pick off an easy reset with her damage. Annie would be the next mid laner that I would look at to try and ban away if you're trying to eliminate combos from Nefiri and Hongqiu in particular. Akali being respected though by Knight. It's actually the Cassiopeia ban. So if JDG want to lean super into let's try and play around Junja, Annie mid seems like a totally okay angle to go for, but you probably want to wait until you see what Knight picks and save R5 for Hongqiu. So might as well try and look for that top lane counter pick first, since you already know what it's going to be. But they say, you know what, let's give Xiaoshu a little bit more information. Let's slam the Annie for Hongqiu, because we know that is exactly what we want to go with. Quacks, are you here? Okay. I can hear Quacks in Discord. but you cannot hear him on stream. But BLG need to now round out the composition. They know that it's going to be Annie mid lane. Jarvan's still somehow finding his way available in the draft. And what this means, Quacks, with Jarvan available, Annie is a sitting duck. However, Ezreal and Naafiri will have their ways to be able to escape the Cataclysm.
So sorry, everyone. Having tech issues, but I assure you that the picture our illustrious producer Kai has put forth in my place, literally me. So you might as well, this is about as accurate as it gets, but sort of missing out on the draft here. I totally apologize. And we do see the Shen as the final lock in here. So taking stock of the comps we have so far, I do think that a lot of onus is going to be on Junja with this Naafiri, because you've got the setup from the Annie that you kind of highlighted, Mark, but then on top of that, you've also got the Stand United. So there is a lot of backup and a lot of setup coming through from this aggressive pick. And this is something that we talked about in the pre-show. Junja is notorious for aggressive early games and being able to kind of spread the wealth around the map. This is the exact kind of champion that facilitates that style, and BLG do have the range and the disengage to get away from it. So it is about the macro, it is about the track, and Shun being able to keep stock of where this Naafiri is at all times in the early game, because looking at the scaling, you've got the Victor, you've got the Caitlyn. Once these champions hit 3 items, it feels like it is going to be heavily in their favor to take over these team fights.
Not necessarily looking like a smash lane on all 3 lanes kind of composition from BLG, since there's so much scaling, and they have given the counter pick over to Xiaoshu with the Shen, who should have a really strong matchup into the Sion. But if BLG are able to weather the storm and, like you said, get to that scaling, their team fighting, you have to just make sure Naafiri doesn't get those resets, and your front to back looks pretty damn good. Number 1 seed and number 2 seed in the lower bracket, the finals in exile, and it all unfolds with game 1 as we hit the rift.
Dang, those are loud.
I'm low-key missing the Jindong guy, but
me too. You're right.
I'm glad that the fans are able to at least carry on in his spirit for now. We'll see if he's able to make a return if JDG find themselves in another series after this. Nothing out of the ordinary when it comes to Keystones, though. I think for the most part, this is the standard for a lot of these champions here. I want to go back to what you were mentioning, though, Quacks, that I think Shun's job for this early game, not necessarily to be super aggressive in lanes, but he needs to keep track of where this Naafiri is, prevent Junja from being able to find anything early, and I think really the only lane that you can try and look to punish is something like an Annie, because outside of Flash, she's got no real ways to escape a gank.
And to be honest with you, I feel like you could extend that same courtesy over to Junja a little bit as well. There isn't a ton of kill threat to be had in the top lane. We're more expecting Bin and Xiaoshu to just have a wet noodle fight here in the top lane. But then I feel on bottom lane, you've got the magical journey. You've got plenty of escape tools that On and Viper can use to disengage a fight, at least until Junja unlocks that ultimate for that follow-up and extra stickiness with the Naafiri. So it's about punishing that Victor. It's about taking away a scaling threat on BLG's comp and limiting what Knight can do on this pick. This is a guy that has been so good at carrying the BLG banner and taking them to higher highs, has had such a good split, and so, you know, limiting that kind of person would be probably a better way to win some League of Legends, Mark.
I do like this look from On, though. The freedom of Bard allowing to roam at least pressures Hongq, and the fact that suddenly the Bard is missing signals to him, maybe I should back up in lane And the rest of JDG, even with Gala, back up Junja to make sure that he can guarantee one of the 2 crabs, and we'll get a chance to look for an earlier reset on the map.
What? BLG not fighting for every modicum of space in CS and gold that they can find, Mark? What has happened to my team? This is what we talked about. The BLG macro coming through, reining it in, finding that patience, and so Shun goes onto the top side. Xiaoshu's got a big pushing lane here, so it's actually going to be a flag and drag in.
Meanwhile, Junja attacking mid lane. Knight under fire, though. He just TP'd to lane.
Yeah.
Such a critical timer for Hongq and Junja to link up and now make Knight less than 25% HP.
And Junja now can stay on the map. He has no qualms with being able to maybe threaten some of these topside camps. He's going to go hunting for Shun. We'll be able to, at the very least, cancel the back of the Jarvan, so offsets the tempo of the BLG jungler just a little bit, and makes it so he can't actually go for a clean reset off of his camp respawns. And now Shun maybe wanting some revenge.
Both have smite available. Shun immediately tags Junja with the flag and drag. Decent damage. Ifir is going to take a wall up here, and Xiaoshu's a little too low to try and bail his jungler out. Knight getting a little bit of love from On, but Vampire matches it. Trying to fight back for priority alongside Hongq. No kills just yet, but a lot of punches are being thrown on both sides.
I love the reaction from Shun as well. We talk about this Nefiri being on a timer to make things happen. As with most lethality champions and as with most assassins, you are stronger in the early to mid game and have to snowball your way to being relevant later on. Good attempted dredge line there from Vampire. But the fact that Shun is just making it harder for Junja to farm his own camps and limiting his influence on the map, I think is going to go a long way in making it so this Nefiri can't get that snowball off.
Now, I went into this top lane matchup with the assumption that Shen was to have a better time into Sion, but right now, Bin is winning the matchup, so I'm not sure if I just had the incorrect read or if Bin is just playing it much better than Xiaoshu is.
Well, I would agree with you, but Sion works in mysterious ways. I feel like trades you expect this champion to lose, he's capable of just magically winning it, so It definitely is a champion with an interesting set of good matchups and bad matchups. And I agree with you. I was more on the page of Shen being a difficult matchup for the Sion, but Bin is really putting the damage onto Xiaoshu in the lane. But it's outside of the lane where I'm really looking for these picks to transition their leads and make influence happen on the map. You've got global / semi-global ultimates from both top laners, so their ability to get involved in these fights really increases. But for Bin, it's conditional on getting that priority. So the fact that he is able to bully Xiaoshu under the turret and have access to that river to ult down, I think unlocks BLG to play a little bit more aggressively if they want to.
Yeah. It's been a very proactive game from both On and Vampire, both trying to get better advantageous moves on not only assisting their jungler, but also trying to bail out their mid lane or continue assisting the mid lane in their pressure war against each other. On tanking that Annie ulti from Hongq at least ensures that Knight doesn't have to deal with the burden of it. But with Shun potentially spotted moving towards the top side of the map, JDG have the pressure from this bot lane to look for the first dragon of the game, while Shun is just going to guarantee that he can hit level 6 off of his top side camps. No flashes have been burned so far. Everything continues to be rising in tension in this first game here, Quacks.
Should not having level 6, just unlocking it after taking that red buff, so no Cataclysm would have been available for that fight. And then you also saw Knight wanting to go for a reset timer there, as this Victor does pick up the Mercury Tread, so we'll have a easier time in the laning phase against Hongq, who I think has really been willing to put up the damage. Just having Vampire in the back pocket constantly. These roams from the Nautilus has really allowed the mid laner of JDG to play with an extra bout of confidence, and we're seeing that come through in the laning phase. So good adaptation from the build coming out here for Knight. Once those boots get upgraded, it is going to be more difficult for Hongq to lay down that burst as this Annie. But we're still a little bit of a ways from that. You can see role quests are about halfway complete And until that happens, we do have Grubs coming up in about 10 seconds. Junja is on this top side, and Shun is just now going for a reset. So JDG should be able to have control of this top side river ahead of the objective if they want to go for it on spawn.
And that True Shot Barrage achieved not only delaying the base of Viper on the bot side, but it also gave vision on where Shun was, having been spotted walking from the fountain. So JDG get to operate with a little bit more information. Vampire clearing out this control ward right below the blue buff. Might step up and at least make Shun a little bit more annoyed. On Hope, however, wants to look for the collapse. And Shun immediately uses the flag and drag back to safety. Smites his blue buff, but the rest of JDG, they have the pressure. They're the ones that have control of this bottom side river here instead.
They do, but really it's just a matter of what are you going to be able to do with it. BLG don't have to respond to you. There's no dragon up. There's really nothing of any consequence that BLG are missing out on by just turtling and retreating back into their jungle. Junja really wants to start getting these kills on the Nefiri, and this has been a much slower paced game than I think JDG actually want. They do have scaling from the Ezreal, but as we talked about in the draft, we favor the scaling of BLG, and so far with no kills and a much slower game, they are exactly where they want to be for this, and it is up to JDG to look for these aggressive plays, but they're just really not panning out at the current moment, Mark.
At the very least, JDG can try and go for 100% objective control, but Shun and the rest of BLG are going to do the smart thing and just trade on the cross map instead. Not trying to contest them where they feel like they would not be advantageous when it comes to skirmishing. BLG taking this first game very patiently and with a lot of discipline and respect to JDG. Now, potentially looking for a dive with Shun on the strong side of the map. Viper having pushed in this lane on separating away. Vampire. He's not level 6, so no death charge is available. Cosmic Binding connects on Gala, but the trap doesn't connect in time, and that will signal for BLG to call off the dive.
No chain CC available to lock down Gala. Manages to slip away from that trap like you said, Mark. Will dissuade any dive attempts, and meanwhile Junja is on the top side, so really Shun doesn't have much to accomplish on the map. Hang on, Vampire going in!
Death charge flash! And he uses the flash to buffer the animation, shortening the reaction time effectively for On. First blood found by JDG support.
He hit him with the Nautilus Banana Man combo. First blood over to Gala, and resources given over to the Ezreal. The early game from Gala is a point that we decided to talk about in the pre-show, Mark. And good to see that it is panning out here. The 2v2 for JDG prevails. And Gala is off to an early start, exactly where he wants to be at this point in the game.
Just shy of a 500 effective gold advantage for JDG now at the 11-minute mark, but a lot of that gold advantage is shored up by the deficit from Xiaoshu on the top side. Junja's going to face check right into Shun. Knight and On can be the first ones to rotate on over, so Junja is waiting for his time. Xiaoshu can't move just yet with the Stand United, as Bin could try and cancel it. He's moving down in the river. Do they want to look for a fight here? Knight is cut off. Unstoppable Onslaught looking for Vampire. Nice dredge line buffer, but it's right into the wall. Tempered Fate stalls out the combo there, but the Hound's Pursuit reset is coming in for Junja. He wants to look for more, this time on to On, and he is going to find the Darkened Dagger, impaling On in the bleed. The bleed finishes him off, and JDG lead the game with 3 kills.
And it's the extra survivability with the Stand United that gives Junja the green light to go all in. This is what the jungler of JDG excels at. The engage timers are there, the safety with the shield is there, and JDG win out on the skirmish, Mark. Now we can see Viper moving toward the mid lane, BLG off the redeploy, trying to get some space made for this dragon, but it feels like JDG are that little bit quicker. Xiaoshu has to be in trouble, will be taken down low, but Bin doesn't want to look for any more.
Skirmishing aside, BLG are still doing their best to keep this gold lead from completely popping off for JDG. Vampire has found Knight, though. He's got the death charge. Junja's right there at his side, ready to pounce. He has called the pack to be able to dip out a turret aggro, but not enough damage to continue the play. Knight is just going to TP to the top side so he can help collect in on this dive to Xiaoshu and pay himself back. Does doesn't die on the side lane and gets his second kill of the game.
Good tanking there from On as well. No one going down there on the side of BLG as they complete the dive, but look at the other side, Mark. I mean, grubs are there for JDG, so they're going to be much quicker at taking the turret. They're going to be on first tower as well as second dragon. So even though BLG do get the kill, they give some gold back over to Knight as this victor and accelerate the scaling WinCon in the mid lane. It feels like they're giving up so much more on the bot side of the map.
JDG now comfortably ahead, around 1,000 gold here at the 13-minute mark. The onus is now on the JDG to try and snowball this lead before BLG are able to fight their way back. As you mentioned, the scaling advantage cannot be understated for BLG. Both Shen and Sion are tanks, but one is not so equal to the other when it comes to all of the free HP you're just going to passively collect off of farming in a side lane. Credit to that Soul Furnace passive. So JDG, with 2 dragons on their side, they have done the Drake stacking. They have a way to accelerate the game con. However, this trap laid by On and Xun is going to get scattered out by Vampire. And now Xun might be in trouble. Dreads line connects, flag and drag, magical journey. They're out of there.
Not going to chase any further. They want to make sure they save these cooldowns on Xiaoshu for the Herald coming up in about a minute. So nothing that can be forced on the JDG top laner to use that stand united until a potential team fight around that top side. And I love how JDG have set up. We highlighted this as a very big trait of their gameplay, how good they are at creating space, at taking zones of interest around neutral objectives. It is what has gotten them 2 dragons. It is what has gotten them 3 grubs. And it is what is going to potentially get them the Herald. BLG have yet to get an objective. And I feel like they really want this Herald, Mark, because if they want to fight and leverage something over JDG around this 3rd dragon, drawing pressure with Rift Herald could be a way to do that.
It at least guarantees one wave of priority slamming into a turret and forces JDG to respond. I'm definitely with you there. However, Xun is taking a base now, whereas the rest of JDG are setting themselves up on the top side of the map. Solid chunk from Viper with the ace in the hole onto Gala, but he still has flash, he still has barrier. This Ezreal isn't really under any threat, and Knight is still wanting to scale on the top side of the map. A lot of these champions for BLG have their first item spike, but it's really until later in the game that their main carries will want to wait for before they start springing into action.
We talked about the 3 to 4 items being the big breakpoint for the Victor and the Caitlyn, and we're nowhere near that breakpoint mark. I feel like BLG, with the inferior setup, now they're just walking into JDG, but this is so dangerous!
Xun tanks the dredge line, and Xun just secures the Rift Herald from the Tempered Fate, stalling it out. However, Bin arrives. They find their first kill, and now the Unstoppable Onslaught tries to force the re-engage further. Xiaoshu forced to flash over the wall. Junja trying to hold the line for now, but Bin is still ready to chase for more. Slowing, using the bear, catches Gala and forces him to Arcane Shift backwards. No further summoner spells were burned. The Rift Herald is still secured, but BLG have a chance to try and fell this top turret. Junja has to be careful. Cosmic Binding tags his own dogs. He has no Call of the Pack. Take that back. He has it. He has to wait for the right time to use it. Teleport comes in for Xiaoshu, trying to defend his jungler from falling. This turret is not going to be long for this world. They're using the attack speed from the Demacian standard to guarantee the kill, and BLG find their first turret of game 1.
Good attempt there from Xiaoshu with the Titanic Hydra active to clear the wave and dissuade BLG from going forward to finish off that last little bit of HP, but they do it anyway, so they get something for their efforts despite missing out on the Herald. But I still feel like JDG are the ones that walk away from that fight happy, even though they lose a member and lose a turret at the end of all of that, Mark. They now have the Herald. The thing that BLG could have tried to leverage ahead of this dragon in a little less than a minute and a half is no longer accessible to them. Now all JDG have to do is do what they do best, set up around the bot side. They've got the Herald, they've got more pressure, and they've got the time in order to do it. You can see Gala jockeying for control around mid. He's going to be assisted by Junja, and all of JDG are redeploying onto this area of the map.
It's going to take some time for BLG to be able to safely take control, or at least fight for control, of the vision that is being established by JDG in this bot side river. Knight doesn't seem like he is close enough for a second item in time for that 3rd dragon, so it might just have to be BLG conceding this 3rd Drake, as you stated. BLG really want to be able to hit later item spikes. Junja is now accelerated, having hit Black Cleaver at a fairly good time. Definitely the biggest op that BLG have to deal with. I will say that play on the top side, it shored up the gold lead. So BLG are even, and as long as they are patient and somehow find a way to power up just in time for potentially a Dragon Soul fight 5 minutes from now. That being said, Knight is TPing in.
They're going to be forced to walk through mid.
Bin with the charge. Hongq caught.
They've got Hongq.
Is he dead? Absolutely yes. Knight smites him with the Arcane Storm, and BLG are finding ways to pick off the carries of JDG, completely punishing their lack of setup.
And Hongq has no way of flashing over that wall. BLG get a critical pick and they turn it into a dragon. Soul stacking win con denied for another 5 minutes. Xiaoshu gonna get a consolation prize at best on this top side. A couple of plates over to the Shen, but Junja now moving in. Knight is in the area, but he has to be careful where he steps. This is a very strong Nefiri mark.
Knight has on right behind him. Dredgeline connects onto Knight. Flash is available, but no rocket belt.
Good
Mikhails, however, cleanses Knight out of the CC, and Shun is ready to re-engage. Cataclysm available, finds the knockup onto 2. Junja goes for the turn. Cataclysm locks the dogs down. Xiaoshu with the Stand United gives the shield over to Junja so he can survive. Bin has TP'd into the fray, and he has a massive shield himself. Gala trying to tango with the rest of BLG. Knight under fire, but Bin's got his back with a decimating smash and keeps Xiaoshu right at the door. Junja ready to sink his fangs in the Knight, but cannot look for the killing blow. Has to deal with Bin first. The Dredgeline soaks him up, but Bin just cannot be taken down. This guy is a massive wall. Hongq looks for the killing blow, but Viper is too tanky with his Mercury treads. And now the rest of BLG just have to walk on out. If they don't drop a single kill here, it's pretty damn good for BLG.
BLG get out. JDG will eventually get the turret on the top side, so a little bit of gold goes into their pockets, but they were looking for more, Mark. You have to believe they are disappointed with the results of that play. Hongq was chomping at the bit to get some revenge, but he was alone in that endeavor. Nobody ends up falling. As we go back to a replay on what gave BLG their first dragon, their first real neutral objective of the game. Gala with the clutch dodge here, flashes over the wall, and then Hongq has flash, but trapped up, hit by the gravity field. Knight locks him down, and he gets taken out. And now back to live. Critically, we talk about the scaling win condition of the victor. He is 1.3k gold ahead of Hongq and set up to hit some of those big item breakpoints. Now that they have bought themselves an extra 5 minutes, that gives so much more breathing room over to Viper and Knight to hit those critical masses.
And while Knight does have the largest gold advantage on his team respectively, I have to give so much credit over to Bin. He has been winning the side lane matchup into Shen. He's had a lot of pressure on the Shen, preventing him from being able to move first, and so Bin always has the chance to look for something proactively. But the past couple of fights, it has been the pressure of Bin sending the engage forward that has forced JDG to react. And we know what happens when JDG are not the ones being proactive with the engages, when they're the ones trying to react and reassess how the hell do they adapt in these scenarios. That's when the fumble happens.
Bin played with a vengeance against EDG. All of BLG did, but it felt like Bin in the laning phase had something to prove, and he absolutely decimated ZDZ in the 1v1s. This game, it hasn't been so much about the lane phase. It hasn't been about the 1v1s. It has been about the impact you can make in the team fights, and Bin has been leading the charge in this game, both literally and metaphorically. Dragon up in a little less than a minute and a half, and we can see that Sion is on the bot side, looking to get his team priority ahead of the Dragon to continue denying the soul stacking from JDG.
Junja spotted trying to take out this control ward in that red quadrant. Decent Baron vision for JDG, and nothing really available for BLG to be able to spot what is going on under the covers of darkness there. As you mentioned, we're a minute away from the 4th dragon spawning on Summoner's Rift. Bin already pushed out the bot side of the map, is already here on mid wave, ready for either an engage or a follow-up on anything that BLG tries to look for. Gala, not going to be the easiest target to pin down with both Flash and Arcane Shift at the ready. However, Hongq, that's an entirely different story.
I love that Viper is just ulting Gala off of cooldown every single time. It's literally on site for Viper. Like, that is not an exaggeration. Every time he sees Gala and this Caitlyn has ultimate, he's like, you know, he's like full HP. My ultimate does a little bit of damage. I might as well.
It helps not only try and fight for prio, but also gives you information on where the rest of the team is, at least if they're around him. JDG managed to push in this wave, though, into the turret, so JDG now have a chance to sweep out any remaining vision in this bot side river. Now, pay attention to where Hongq and Junja are linked up here, because it has to be these two that are collaborating for the pickoff onto a primary target. Vampire, nice dredge line buffer, escapes the decimating smash. They're controlling this banana brush from the jungle entrance. On tries to ferry Viper through the bottom side. Bin is now in 3,000 HP. Can Shun get over the wall? Flag and drag, is it available? 2,500 HP. They're gonna look for the turn instead. They don't care about the dragon. Temper Fate, though, locks up one. It's Gala that's hit by the unstoppable walls. Like Cataclysm, he doesn't have a chance to escape. BLG blow up the Ezreal, and now the rest of JDG are at the mercy of Billy Gaming. They lose out on Vampire, and with the numbers advantage, BLG can just look for the Baron.
And Junja's half HP. There's really no contest available for JDG. They are just going to march onto the Baron. And JDG, instead of contesting, they're going to go for the mid turret instead. This feels like the next best option that they have. One minion is going to segue to give them that bonus damage onto the objective. BLG pull the trigger. They forsake the dragon, and now Baron is going to be their prize. This puts them on a timer, Mark. They have to make use of this objective, because with JDG getting that dragon, it puts them on soul points. So these next 3 minutes where you're repping purple, you gotta make the most of them.
I mean, even with the threat of an Ocean Soul on the side of JDG, I'm seeing these setups, and I'm seeing the same hesitation that plagued JDG in their top esports series, and that does not spell good for them.
It doesn't. We can see Vampire is fishing for a pick, but he doesn't really have the Neferi in the area. Gala is the sacrificial lamb because of that hesitancy. He gets immediately blown up, has no chance to even react, and then a beautiful portal to segue BLG into the fight. And we're right back to live.
Back to live. Junja under fire, blown up by Bin on the Scion. He is a Titan that roams Summoner's Rift, and no one has the strength to take him down. Vampire could be next as Shun finds a multi-man knock-up through Xiaoshu and Hongq. Decimating Smash just finds the slow, but it's enough for Knight to follow up. They're diving past 3 towers. They don't give a damn about JDG's defenses. They're wiping them out all the same.
BLG mid-game has come alive, and now the scaling threats are starting to hit their critical breakpoints, Mark. JDG are falling apart at the seams as BLG are rising to the occasion.
Baron buff on their side for another minute and 30 seconds, and already Quacks, it is a plus 4,000 Baron power play. Let's take a look at how this fight broke out in the first place.
This is the first part of it because of the replay. Vampire fishing for a dredge line. On wants to be the reset here, or that is JDG's plan at least, is to try and get Junja a quick little pick, but he gets locked down. On manages to escape, and then look at this. Trap, stun, absolutely nasty. Once again, Gala unable to move. And the sequencing from BLG here, the denial of the ult reset for Junja, and the fact that Ezreal was not able to really even be a part of that team fight to begin with. You remove the 2 biggest threats of the JDG comp. You move forward in between the turrets too, like you said, Mark. BLG are fearless in this game. Bin is so tanky on this Scion, and they are using that to their advantage. You'll love to see it.
The most terrifying part about this BLG snowball and advantage that is being demonstrated, it is not from a BLG that stomped laning phase and just crushed JDG under their will. It is a BLG that waited, that were patient, that were disciplined, gave JDG objectives, and waited for their turn to play the game before they striked on the map. And now it looks like JDG have no chance in being able to come back.
Dragon Soul is still a viable win con. All they need is one more in order to get that on. But it feels like, I mean, look at the amount of pressure that BLG have on this bot side. There's no way for JDG to even walk up close to that river the way that Billy Gaming are playing. So I think they're going to have no choice but to completely forsake this dragon. And it really just goes to show how punishing playing against BLG can be. They get one dragon mark and suddenly your game is completely flipped on its head. That is the one neutral objective they have gotten this entire match, and they are making the most of it. It is plaguing JDG, the fact that they don't have soul, and now they're starting to get outscaled.
Junja has snuck his way into the pit, though. Shun by himself. JDG. Oh, I thought they were going to try to look for a quick pick before the rest of BLG collapsed, but not enough members at the ready. Hongq waiting in that tri-bush.
Ow.
Control ward snuffs out vision.
All right. Eyes on Junja. Bin is going to spot him out.
I mean, he just looks for the unstoppable onslaught. Immediately, Junja forced to use the call of the pack. Xiaoshu trying to dissuade On from being able to get into the fight at all. Temper Fate still at the ready. Magical Journey to be able to rejoin with BLG on the left side. Shun now under fire. Hounds Pursuit sends him all the way into the backline. Jun gets the Stand United shield to at least preserve his health bar. But Xiaoshu now on the wrong side.
Hit.
Gala hit by the Temper Fate. No one can follow up. Knight poking them down with the Death Laser. The Dragon officially leashed. And the Caitlyn trap line is preventing JDG from being able to walk into the river. Both Junja and Gala have to scale the wall directly into the pit.
But now they're trapped in this pit. They've got to make the most of it. This is exactly where Knight wants to lay down a nasty Arcane Storm.
Knock up on the Viper. Decimating Smash zones them off for now. On under fire, Xiaoshu into the backline, but Knight is peppering away at Gala. 1800! Junja secures the Ocean Soul! Is it enough for JDG to turn around this fight? Knight still has many death flavors to fire off into JDG's forces, but BLG losing out on their general, no longer having a jungle on their side. They have to retreat, and just like that, JDG see a glimpse of hope here in Game 1.
They absolutely do, and they do it by playing with patience, Mark. We talked about this in the pre-show. They play the fight slow. They look for their opportunity. They scale the wall over onto the Dragon Pit, and they find their opening from there. Going into the replay, you can see Knight is completely cut off from the fight. Viper gets focused down, and it's just whittling away at this dragon. BLG are trying to play to disrupt as many members of JDG as possible, but they're tanky. They're able to sustain through the fight. Soul gets acquired here. Junja wins out on the smite fight. Not much more comes of it, but crucially, like you said, Soul acquired a brief glimpse of hope given over to Jindong Gaming to come back from this game, despite being 5,000 gold down, as now Baron is up, and all of BLG have taken control of this topside river.
We'll see how much it can protect JDG in these extended fights. If someone just gets blown up, Ocean Soul not going to do you any favors there. BLG have taken control of this bottom red side quadrant once again. It is completely littered with vision, and JDG have to send one brave soul to try and scout. Junja goes over the wall. Call of the pack at least saves him for now. Stand United as a panic ulti just to make sure that Junja doesn't die. BLG are going to be able to time that and try and use that to great effect in splitting the map.
All right, it is level 3, so the cooldown is reduced a good amount. Xiaoshu will have that ultimate back up likely by the time a future fight transpires, but it does limit JDG's ability to be more aggressive, specifically Junja on that Neferi, not going to be able to play nearly as far up, and like you said, BLG wanting to try and make use of that timer are going to reclaim some control of this topside river, and JDG, without the Stand United shield, can't really do much to argue back.
Base is being taken by Gala here. Curious if he's sitting on a power spike. It's just a Last Whisper, not a full Last Whisper completed item. Whether it was going to be the Serelda's Grudge here remains to be seen, as JDG trying to fight for reclaiming vision control on this top side of the map. There's an Elder Dragon that will spawn in 3 minutes time. Until then, Baron is the objective to play for. And BLG, while comfortable with the gold advantage, have to respect JDG now being the ones pushed against the wall to try and something bold like this.
All right, no Stand United is available. Still, it is on cooldown, but JDG want to pull the trigger here.
6,000 HP on the Baron already. 4,000 HP. Temper Fate is going to stall the Baron out. How do they want to play this fight out? Dredgeline snacks right into the middle. Viper's caught, but he flashes away just in time. Cataclysm holds the front door. Honku zoned out by Knight. He's just ripping
Viper's free hitting!
And Viper, it puts the dogs back into the pound. Gala caught by the knockup, and Knight takes his golden left hand and smashes JD down to pieces. BLG don't care about the Baron. They can look for the game one win.
And they don't care about your Ocean Soul. JDG are going to come up dry as a desert in that fight. No kills over to them. BLG 5-4, and it's just Xiaoshu alive as they barrel down into the mid lane.
BLG in a finals split one rematch open up the series with a look that is unlike anything that BLG has done in these playoff scenarios. It's not a win lane, win game. It is a patient, rewarded by discipline, as Junja wants to make a last stand here onto the backline. Viper is felled by Junja, but BLG still have Knight in the backline to be able to make this victory a guarantee. On is going to style on them, hit him with the Cosmic Binding. Xiaoshu trying to do what he can. Shun is critically low. Wait a minute, Knight is too low on mana.
They can't end?
JDG have prevented the end of game one.
JDG, hold the line for now. It is still double inhibitor here for BLG, so a lot of minions flooding into the base of Jindong Gaming, but the Titanic, boy, that is satisfying to clear all of the minions as we go back to the replay on the fight that tipped the scales in favor of BLG. Honku looking for a good angle on with the ultimate, and then a crutch Dredgeline. The Baron canceled the ult! That is absolutely tragic. Junja gets denied, gets taken down, and all this while, we talk about the 4-item Caitlyn, but it's no joke. The damage being laid out here by Viper and the safety that the BLG frontline is providing him is immaculate, as now we're back to live. Elder is up in 15. It is a last stand here for JDG. It is do or die for them in game number one.
Elder Dragon would be the ultimate Hail Mary play for JDG to reverse all the wrongs that have been done to them. It is the one saving grace. But BLG recognize there are 2 inhibitors gone.
There
are no Nexus turrets. Just end the freaking game. Xiaoshu, stunned up by the Temper Fate, cannot escape this one. And JDG are now trying to get the recalls off because they have to protect the open Nexus.
And here we go, 4v5.
Flag and drag round into Honku, and they're just gonna fall one after another like ants. The rest of BLG wipe away any chances for JDG to make a miracle comeback, and BLG will lead the series 1-0.
Well, this hype around Elder, but BLG, they play the macro game. They say, let's just go for the end. And you can't see my cam right now. I'm still a dog, but I'm holding up my hands. Mark absolute cinema, my friend, to open up this best of 5.
I think BLG took a lot of lessons from WE and recognizing why go for the Elder when it's just an open Nexus and just storm the open gates there. I think one thing we have to take away from this Quacks is that it's only game one. and there's plenty of time to recover for JDG, but just this game 1 strength from BLG and the manner that they achieve it in is a clear evolution of how they are playing the game. Because we remember that BLG have made their name of being a team that is just, okay, we're going to draft all winning lanes. We're going to smash you in the side lanes. And then when we get to the mid game, Shun is going to camp Knight on the side lane forever and always make play after play after play after play. This game was, let JDG have a dragon. Let JDG have grubs. Let them have 2 dragons. Let them have 3 dragons. We don't care.
Absolutely. I think that this was a much more clean, macro-oriented game from BLG, and you love to see that evolution, like you said, Mark. But for the side of JDG, I felt like they played to their strengths too. We talk about this team being a powerhouse early on, and they got all the objectives they could have possibly wanted, but one dragon, they dropped the ball on one single Drake, and BLG punished them for that. They denied the soul to the point where once JDG inevitably get Ocean, it's not as big of an advantage as they were hoping. It's not as transformative on the game state. BLG are still in control regardless, and they take that control and they get a game 1 victory.
And the concerns that we voiced for JDG at the beginning of the pre-show were, if this team doesn't get their objective set up right and they have to react to different variables to what the enemy team is posing against them, and they're not the ones proactively looking for the play, then it tends to be the downfall of JDG. And that Drake fight that BLG secured was off the back of finding back-to-back picks onto Gala and Hongq right from the get-go and denying a chance for them to be able to play for that objective. And just that swing from being somewhat even in the game, kind of a little concerning that JDG is just stacking all these dragons somewhat for free, and then instantly BLG have full control of the game, and there's no question about it, apart from not being able to end the game when we thought they were going to end the game, but then they did it about a minute and a half later.
That was so baller for BLG. We were expecting a big final battle at the Elder, Mark, and then suddenly they just turn into the mid lane. They execute Xiaoshu and immediately go toward ending that match. That was such a good call from BLG, and you love to see that shot calling come through in real time. We've harkened back to the BLG macro. Old BLG would have taken that fight at the Elder just because they could, but new BLG, oh, they've evolved. They got a fresh haircut and everything. This is phase 2 of Billy Gaming, and they play macro, baby.
And I think that WE series loss has been a clear wake-up call to BLG since then. Obviously, we knew going into the EDG series that BLG were going to be heavily favored. We had the caveat that, well, if WE can upset BLG, then anything can happen in these playoffs, right? But if we look back at strength, schedule, and just what the team's peaks should be able to show, BLG sweeping that series was the expectation. The manner they did it in was a good sign, but I was very curious going into this first game what the BLG and JDG looks were going to be like. And as you said, both of these teams played a very, very respectful back and forth game. JDG had the clear early game advantage, but then when it came for the moment for BLG to strike on the map, it's very, very hard committed engages, and there's only a couple times where BLG are somewhat back and forth in being able to reposition there off of the top side fight, as well as the fight that got JDG Ocean Soul, because I think that was like the last ditch effort that JDG had in the bag, where it's like, okay, we're at least pulling them apart. We're creating a lot of chaos, but we understand the chaos and BLG don't. And in the midst of that chaos, Jun just sneaks the dragon while Shun is distracted by everything else in that fight. But looking ahead now, Quacks, what does this say for the rest of the series? Do we continue seeing BLG practice this more disciplined approach to the game and waiting to see if JDG are now going to try to match them scaling for scaling? Or do we see a return to the stomp lane, win game approach?
Honestly, I like this measured and controlled, very calculated style that BLG have adopted since the beginning of the EDG series, because I just feel like it is the biggest talk about the Achilles heel of BLG has been their macro. If they don't jump out to an early game lead mark, they tend to struggle around the mid to late game fights. They usually get the gold lead and then use that as kind of a trump card onto the enemy team, saying, we can make this play because we're 5,000 gold up. And when they're not, they have traditionally struggled. So to see that evolution, to see that growth come through from them, I'm not going to complain if they keep playing like that, because it is a really cool sign for a team who has struggled so much in this one department that is macro, now getting over that hurdle when they need to the most. You know, better late than never is all I got to say.
Yeah. Knight will receive his 15th player of the game for the split, his third player of the game in playoffs, if I'm not mistaken, if that's what it reads, or maybe it's 15th. Hang on, I'll have to double check.
I think the 3 in parentheses was for playoffs.
Okay, 3 in playoffs, 15 for the split.
The whole split, yeah.
Now, wow, really no love for Bin on Sion? All right, there is some...
That is a little disrespectful. I agree.
Bin had a fantastic Sion game. I'm a little upset that there was not even like a couple of votes for that. I'm glad that On got some love for the Tempered Fate setups that guaranteed some of those Sion engages to connect, but I think Bin was like, Xiaoshu was given counter pick, and it didn't even look like a counter pick. It looks like, well, I'm just here to just be a shield bot for my jungler. But you know what? It's fine. It looks like Knight was going to get the player of the game anyway. But Game 1 wrapped up in the books, y'all. But before we toss over the break, if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member, because Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. More BLG and JDG action coming your way right after this. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between BLG and JDG. And it looks like we got Quacks back on the camera, so hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't get Nocturnalton throughout at least the time that we are on screen. But let's continue going back to what we just witnessed in game 1 between BLG and JDG. For those that are just tuning in, you might see the 1-0 and be thinking to yourself, okay, yeah, makes sense. Number 1 seed from regular season against number 2 seed. This is a Split 1 finals rematch. This is a first stand semifinals rematch. BLG were successful in both of those series. BLG also have beaten JDG recently in both series during the regular season of Split 2. But the manner that they did it is way different than anything we have seen from them before.
It was a macro-oriented game. BLG played it, patiently waited for the scaling and the item breakpoints to come through from the Caitlyn and the Victor. And once that damage kind of went through, Mark, and we saw those breakpoints fulfilled on the side of Billy Gaming, Ocean Soul be damned, JDG were just outscaled. And I love to see the manner in which we got to that point. Like you said, it was conceding Dragons. It was conceding Grubs. It was conceding Heralds. All they got was one little tiny Ocean Drake to their name and a dream to get 4 items on their carries, and that is all they needed. So good plan from BLG to go into that game. They executed on it, and I love to see that style come from them. Like you said, this feels like a more measured, different version of BLG, and it is one that we need to see consistently if they want to make that deep run in the lower bracket.
And for BLG, even when we highlighted that they were waiting for later item spikes to come online before they made any proactive decisions, I have to give a lot of credit to Ben and On for being able to find and force fights before those timers were up. I remember there was times when we called out, well, Knight hasn't even finished his second item yet, but he's TPing to mid lane and they're going to find something. Temper Fate hits Hongq, Ben follows up with a decimating smash, and it's just short, quick, in and out picks that allow BLG the momentary advantage to be able to either get gold, accelerate into the pockets, or just at least make sure that JDG doesn't take everything for free without any contest whatsoever. Instead of trying to opt into those full 5-on-5 fights where JDG were favored up until that point. But we'll see whether BLG can continue that, or if they will show us a return to some of the more lane stompy antics that they showed us in many series before as we head into draft for game number 2.
All right, can you guys hear? Am I
hear you in Discord. Okay.
All right. So it looks like we might be returning to the dog. What is going on with my webcam? I am so sorry.
It's all good,
ladies
buddy.
and gentlemen,
We got the dog picture to have you covered. Let's walk through the draft.
All right, let's do just that, Mark. So we do see that Nocturne ban coming through once again from BLG. Junja's still going to be denied that global access, as well as Hongq. So the ban's staying relatively the same for BLG, just making sure that Hongq and Junja can't be on their comfort picks. JDG, on the other hand, targeting these solo laners. I wonder if we're going to see more focus paid toward Knight with this last ban because of how much of a performance we saw from him with the Victor, and the fact that there are still a bunch of strong mids open and available. If you do ban something like the Ryze or the Casio, that leaves the other one that you didn't ban open and available. So I think if you want to go for a trade, that might also be a viable strat. They leave the trade up with the Varus taken away, and BLG, having first pick here, could decide to go for a Casio or a Ryze open, or could maybe open up with a bot lane duo like we saw from game 1's draft.
With Jarvan and Nocturne gone from the jungle pool, there's not many junglers that scream, I need to be first picked. And I think you are correct in assessing that Cassiopeia is the priority champion that gets slammed for BLG. That being said, this champion is beatable. I want to echo K-Man's sentiments where he doesn't believe this champion is that unbeatable. There are counters to it. We know, at least in the West, where we have seen Kog'Maw as an answer, and the archetype that beats Cassiopeia is very long range. However,
Correct.
JDG, long range
Interesting.
engage potentially with the Vi.
but still engaged nonetheless. And this is a composition that if they follow a similar archetype to the Vi, if Knight gets ahead, he could absolutely thrive against this. I mean, you're going to get so much value out of the Miasma and the Petrifying Gaze to make it harder for you to get on some of the immobile members of BLG. Cassiopeia as well will be rocking the Ghost, so should be able to run around in those team fights with impunity to be able to have that strength in the early to mid game. Another shout that I do want to put out there, Mark, is the Olaf. We have been seeing a rise in priority for this champion. Would be good at answering the Cassiopeia. However, BLG do have the option of maybe trying to steal that one away, but it looks like they are concerned about giving Shun something early on, as that Nidalee hover was a bit of a red herring, and we're going to get the champion with red hair, literally, instead with the Misfortune.
I would lose it if Shun locked in the Nidalee, a
Monkey did it.
long-time favorite of his channel. Listen, man, I know. And I was jealous that I wasn't able to cast it. But
Same.
Zion Rakan, or Rakan alongside Misfortune. Curious pairing, but without Nautilus there, this is potentially one of the next best combos you can at least pair. Rakan at least gives you a lot of flexibility in whether you want to peel threats away with the quickness, sitting right on top of your AD carry when they go for the dive, or following up on engages set by the rest of BLG.
So we are going to see a good amount of engage driven up there with the Rakan. Just gives more oomph to the bullet time and also some more freedom and space making for Misfortune and Cassiopeia, who move quickly around the fights. Misfortune obviously having the strut, and then Cassio, Knight probably going to be taking the Ghost on this champion, so he will be a slithery snake around those team fights, Mark, as the Ahri going to be the response. Does give that pick potential along with the Vi. It seems like instead of JDG going for full-on engage, they're looking for pick compositions. Instead, they're going to try and catch BLG off on rotations, so I think getting a top laner that can allow you to have that priority and just unlock that top side for JDG to play more aggressively in that zone will be really valuable. And I think BLG understand that too. They're banning away the Vayne, and probably their second ban will be targeted toward another ranged top laner, potentially like the Jace.
Things that could help set up for a very safe Gnar for Bin, which JDG immediately sniffs out, takes away from the pool. So now BLG can continue down the line of top lane champions that could be difficult for Bin, but if you're no longer setting up for Gnar, then curious what would be the next thing that you want to try and go for. I will say, you definitely don't want to pick Mbessa for Nekton is still up, so that is a good shout.
True.
We'll see what BLG decides to ban. I will say, Ahri and Vi were the winning combo for JDG in their game one against Top Esports in that upper semifinals. So trying to rely on some comfort here to give them momentum back in this series. The Olaf shout deserved, as it is banned. That is something that Xiaoshu has played in the top lane and could have been definitely something that this Cassiopeia would have hated to try and play against.
I really like this Sivir lock-in if it does go the way of Gala. Gives you a lot of safety in the laning phase, and on the hunt, just with a bunch of value to move JDG around the map that much faster, to pick off some of these stragglers on BLG if any of them are mispositioned. So value in the early game to be able to weak side, and allows Vampire to roam up with Junja and Honkyu to make those plays as a mid-jungle duo, and also just gives you value in the late game as well. So good luck in there from JDG. BLG now, I think, want to try and play with a little bit more disengage. You've got the Rakan, you've got the Cassiopeia. Xin Zhao not only gives you the chance to have some bite back in the early game, but also with that ultimate too, you can knock away some JDG members trying to dive onto you. So I feel that that also has more than one use for the BLG comp. And we talked about the Renekton, we talked about the bans, maybe giving it an opening to be strong in this game if it wanted to be locked in, and it looks like Bin is going to deny that. This is a Xiaoshu special, so not giving it over to him feels like also having more than one use with this lock-in.
Yeah. Curious if Xiaoshu just slams K'Sante, which is probably his next most known champion. Decent answer into the Renekton. You'll be a tank, you'll be a frontline, and for BLG, they really lack a true tank in this composition. And one of the things I want to point out here, Quacks, is They have really strong disengage. They have really strong kite back for a majority of these champions, as you called out. The Rakan and the Xin Zhao can disengage fights. Petrifying Gaze can reset it. This Misfortune feels a little out of place because there's not the strongest Wombo setup guaranteed from this composition, because when Xin Zhao goes in, if you don't want to mess up the bullet time, you can't cast your ulti immediately upon going in. Otherwise, that splits them apart. You're hoping for a massive Rakan engage setup or a massive Petrifying Gaze flash to then follow up on that time. So we'll see how BLG wants to play this one out, if they are trying to keep things, once again, measured and disciplined like they did in game 1, or if they're going to try and push the pace here a little with things like the Renekton and the Misfortune as their side lanes.
For sure, and I think the Misfortune, even though we don't have the greatest of Wombo combo synergy with the champion, there's still so many space makers on the side of this composition. I mean, you're going to be getting that bullet time channel off regardless, so it's just about where you fight, in my opinion, that really matters for BLG. At these big, narrow, or rather in these small, narrow choke points, I think bullet time still has so much value because JDG are going to be forced to bottleneck to try and interrupt it. And that's going to be so difficult to do with the amount of disengage we've highlighted from BLG. But they are a pick comp. They have to try and make the picks onto Misfortune work. So my eyes are completely glued to what Viper does this game and his impacts on the MF and the bullet time damage that could be brought.
Defending champions, 1-0 in the series. We'll see if JDG can fight back for momentum as we hit Summoner's Rift for game 2. I think more people started showing up, Cracks. Holy!
Yeah! We were breaking the speakers a little bit there. It was like peaking. So just goes to show how much support a series like this is getting. These are two teams who a lot of people expected to be facing off against one another at the highest of highs in the bracket, the first and second seed, hoping to return to that international stage. But now in the lower bracket, only one of them capable of moving on, and even then you've got a treacherous road that you have to keep going for, as a lot of jockeying for HP bars being had here in the bot lane. Heal expended by both supports already, Mark.
And junglers are going to be having opposite clears here. Meanwhile, Knight hitting level 2, forcing Hongq super low. Knight takes revenge for the times that Hongq solo killed him back in Split 1 and shows him why he's the MVP.
You beat me to it, Mark. We talked about Hongq being the kryptonite for Knight in Split number 1, getting the better of him so many times in the laning phase. Well, now it's Knight's turn to return the favor, showing the power of that Cassiopeia early and jumping out to an early lead for BLG.
It was something that was in the back of our minds going into this series, and something that we are very aware of. The very first time that Hongq plays against Knight on this JDG squad into BLG Split 1, and that shocked the world. The young mid laner coming over from the Flying Oysters. But it's this 1v1, Knight demonstrating the power of the snake.
And it's flash burn from Hongq as well, so no safety going to be there for Hongq until, or actually he does save the flash, so does still have the capability of dodging and escaping a gank. Meanwhile though, a Knight was forced to burn his flash, so could maybe leave an opening there for the Vi, as Tether is actually going to finish, so a good trade onto Viper. Junja has finished up his clear and maybe wants to look for something on the bot side.
Good cover by Junja, being able to at least force Viper back, but on now realizing that Junja has cut off his escape route. Grand entrance on the Gala, tries to burn the spell shield, but the dive is pristine and super clean. JDG find a punch back.
Good macro there from Junja to just wait until Rakan expends his mobility. Hongq doesn't want to repeat on the solo kill.
Oh, Viper gets super, super low. Vampire almost had the damage to finish him off, but it's like not even a barrier. It's just living on the skin of his teeth.
Pick up that wave, though, crucially. So, not a lot of gold going to be denied away from this misfortune. Still, though, there will be a gold lead for Gala because he got that kill earlier. So, an advantage going over to him nonetheless. As we talk about Viper needing to have good conditions going into this game as one of the primary damage dealers later on for BLG. Probably the primary damage dealer for BLG later on. And a lot of the other power of these members for BLG comes in the mid game and the early game. We already saw that for the Cassiopeia. Bin, now that he is close to hitting level 6, once he has that dominance, will really start to checkmate Xiaoshu in the lane. Shun looking
Vampire
to
attacked by Shun, but he flashes away from the ball breaker on, not tagged by the charm. Junja on the other side forced to flash away as the rest of BLG show their strength and force away JDG members.
Good miasma placement there from Knight 2. Forces so many flashes, like you said, and maybe opens up the door for BLG to play a little bit more aggressively. We saw Shun walking up there, willing to kind of take some damage in order to get a fight started and burn those summoner spells. Dragon is now spawned on the map, and I'm wondering if BLG want to move the needle a little bit and go for it, knowing that JDG have burned those sums. But Bin is taking a lot of tower shots.
Ooh, Xiaoshu was looking for the Q flash, but Bin reads it and flashes frame perfectly to escape certain death.
She's there for the Renekton. Still has the teleport, so we'll be able to get back to lane without missing too much, but still not a not the ideal situation for Bin to be in. Regardless, though, we talk about BLG maybe trying to punish those flashes, and so far, haven't seen too much of that come through. Junja is getting closer and closer to level 6, so once you have that extra lockdown, I think JDG will have more strength going into this fight, especially onto Viper. There's that level 6.
Oh, it's got to be careful. As you called, Junja hits level 6 off of the crab. The second game in the row now where JDG's bot lane is able to move first and play for Junja's level 6 advantage. Now trying to use the cease and desist on the Viper. He tries to flash away, and he gets close enough to the turret where Junja calls off the dive.
So Viper forced to use that summoner spell. Now BLG's bot lane is going to be significantly limited in where they can move, Mark. JDG have free reign over the bot side with Junja having ultimate as well for that extra bit of lockdown. And they're looking to just flex it as much as possible.
Are they trying to bait this in? Shun is here to cover the dive. They know that Junja does not have flash. Cease and desist still available. Finally sends it under the tower. Gala trying to tank the turret aggro, but Junja is the one that receives the heated up turret shots. It ends up being a 1-for-2 trade and favoring Gala in the end.
And you can see some smiles there on the player cams of Junja. A successful dive. He goes down, but he accelerates Gala even further on the map. 2 kills now over to the Sivir. And the late game threat that we know she is, trying to match the power of Viper, needing to be that powerhouse. And so far, the Misfortune not given a ton of gold, killed under their own turret and denied about a wave of minions.
Definitely been a lot of heavy focus from Junja towards the bottom side of the map. But I want to take a minute and scope out and remind ourselves that this is the #1 seed and the #2 seed from the regular season playing in the lower quarterfinals of this bracket. And one of the things that is just so bizarre about this is that we have not seen something like this happen since 2021 spring playoffs, where RNG and EDG found themselves in the lower bracket of that playoff run. Ended up being RNG victorious over EDG. Some familiar faces that are still on Summoner's Rift here from that roster. Gala, who was on RNG, and from the EDG squad, you had Viper. So they find themselves in a similar scenario, facing off against each other once again.
Bit of history there. Love that shout out, Mark. And I mean, for both of these AD carries, hang on, Vampire has to be very careful where he steps. Takes a nice chunk of damage, so good there for BLG, but the wave clear from Gala is going to make up for that and give prio to JDG on this bot side. But Does kind of feel like it would be a major disappointment for either of these teams to finish this low. Relative to expectations, they really want to get back to that international. And a end here would be a huge, huge upset just for their organization and what was expected of them going into split number 2. And the fact that we are already here, I think, is just baffling. I know we've reiterated it multiple times on the broadcast already, but this is such a crazy predicament. This is such a crazy tournament that the playoffs have been putting on so far.
Oh, Viper might be punished here. No flash still on the Misfortune. Vampire trying to flash tether just to keep him in place, but the bullet time is enough for Gall and Vampire to back off and not look for lethal here. Junja quickly shifts on over to the area, and once again, they are attacking this bot lane relentlessly, giving Gala so much gold, so many resources to put him in the best state possible to try and be that accelerated backline carry, whereas Shun will be able to look for the first objective secure of the game with all 3 of these grubs.
Been a little bit late, but better late than never. So Junja gonna claim the dragon, and we talk a lot about the scaling power, particularly for these AD carry picks, and I do think that with game number 1, where the dragons were such a crucial breakpoint for both of these teams, it was such a big subject around who we thought was favored and had the advantage in the game. I think JDG getting off to an early dragon start here is much better than BLG getting the 3 grubs, just for the fact that we haven't really seen a lot of pressure from BLG onto these turrets. They've only gotten 1 plate so far across the map, and it was Bin.
Yeah. Speaking of Bin, he is once again having a solid CS advantage in this lane matchup, other than the almost oopsie by him being pushed around by Xiaoshu. Both have now regained their summoner spells on the top side of the map, but they haven't really showed any inklings of trying to get active with the other side. We won't have another dragon spawning for another 4 minutes, as both of the first neutral objectives were secured around the same time. Knight attack, but Petrifying Gaze stops Junja in his tracks. Cease and desist allows him to follow up the play. Can Shun get in and save his mid laner? Yes, he can! Shun, the right-hand man of Knight, bails his mid laner out and denies Junja sweet victory on Knight's head.
Shun swoops him like a guardian angel with a spear, and Knight survives. He's gonna pick up a plate for himself for good measure. Hongq, without that flash, without that ultimate, can't step up to punish this low HP Cassiopeia anymore. And a beautiful response there from BLG. JDG now forced to back away a little bit. Junja with no flash, with no ultimate, and Hongq with no flash either, leaves them so vulnerable to potential repeat ganks. Now on could look for something. We see that this Rakan is super close to level 6, so once that lockdown comes through from the support of BLG, I think then we'll start to see the tried and true famous on roams, as we do get a replay here. And this was what we talked about with the Cassiopeia. I mean, the Petrifying Gaze buys him just a little bit more space into these engaged members of JDG. And that little bit of HP that he survives on is in due to the ultimate making use against a comp like what JDG have drafted here. And now back to live, we can see Junja maybe trying to get some revenge, invading on this bot side and trying to push Viper further back.
Prompt might be denied here by Junja, but Shun can at least try and look for the chase. Knight is already in hot pursuit down the river, but he is a snake without flash, and even with Swifty tier 3 boots, does not get there fast enough for Junja to feel threatened. He's able to back off in time. Hongq fishes for a charm of the wall, but Knight is quite tanky. Already 2 stacks on this Rod of Ages. Next objectives coming up in 2 minutes time between both the Rift Herald and the second dragon of the game.
Time used, cleared the wave, so good there from Viper. Now means that the dive option is no longer available for JDG.
Nice looking top.
Yep, he is.
Xiaoshu, can he find the angle to separate Knight with the wall? He just flashes immediately from the Miasma. Petrifying Gaze goes wide, but Vampire has been found by the trio of BLG on the bot side. Junja winding up the Vault Breaker. Sends a fist right into Shun's face, but On is right behind him. There's no flash on Junja's, gotta be careful. Cease and desist, repositions onto the Rakan instead. Shun, can he get in? Battle Dance not going to keep him alive, and now Gala looks to hunt down Viper. Hongq trying to send it after, and now Shun, he's got Bin! He teleported into the fray! And now Junja's on the wrong side of the tracks, at least takes down Shun before he tries and fight his way through Bin's Renekton. Xiaoshu now joining, allows Junja to walk out safely. Knight trying to look for a collapse, and the fighting has gone so long, Quacks, that Vampire's back on Summoner's Rift.
We do have the Karma here to provide some much-needed aid to the blinking health bars of JDG. Casualties on both sides, but overall, I think Jindong Gaming happy with the way that play transpired. That tower for BLG, you can see, is on blinking health. Very, very crucially, BLG need to clear out this bot side river and then cheat up toward this area around the Dragon Pit. Drake will be up in about 20 seconds. No teleports on the top laners means that we probably won't see Bin get involved, as well as Xiaoshu. So it'll be a 4v4, and we still have Knight in a very strong position on this Cassiopeia. So he will be the big apex in that fight, you have to imagine, as going back to replay, Vampire just face checking. Shun on the redeploy goes immediately to the bot side. It's a nice punish from them. And then I love this snap engage call here from Junja. I was a little bit concerned because the Celestial opposition mitigated some of that burst, and just the slipperiness of the Rakan could allow him to get away, but that last little auto attack from Gala does seal the deal. And then Shun is all alone. Bin is here, but doesn't have Dominus, so the Croc is significantly less scary, and it feels like it's a good response, but overall, now what we're going to have to see from that play, who is going to get the dragon, is the big reward after all of that.
Big target for BLG has got to be Gala. He is the majority of the gold advantage that JDG have on their team. Everyone else from BLG, the entire top side, has gold advantages over their counterparts. Shout out to Shun, 2,000 total kills in the LPL. He's going to have to step up now for this dragon fight. Junja tries to absorb the engage from Shun. Xiaoshu tries to use the all-out to get away. Dragon is secure, but now Shun is under attack, and he is gone. Bin tethered by Vampire's Karma. The bullet time slows down the engage for now, but Bin might be under fire. Great Fall Breaker flash from Junja, connects on a two. They find Knight in the backline, and Jindong Gaming roar to life here in game number 2.
Junja with the face to, or the fist to the face on BLG. He's in their face and he knocks them down. It is a dragon over to BLG, but JDG, the overwhelming victors of that fight. Mid lane turret going to be a casualty. JDG will secure gold for themselves in that front. Junja on the Herald. This is such a good punish from them across the map. They are getting advantages off that team fight win, Mark.
Dragon did go over to BLG, but JDG gets so much more. And this time around, it's JDG back on their strengths of a composition that is one of their clearest comforts, waiting for their moment to fight on back. And it happens after Xiaoshu baits them in.
It does, and I mean, look at the re-engage here. Bin and On go forward, that gives the green light over to the Vi. He goes right in, punishes Shun, and then Xiaoshu on the side manages to finish off the low HP Rakan. And then look at this. Flash Q, knock back, absolutely gorgeous. Junja playing that fight to perfection.
The brief glimpse of happiness of securing the dragon, only then to realize, ooh, my team got wiped.
Yup.
Understandable from Coach Daney. JDG now have a 4,000 gold advantage here at the 18-minute mark, the largest that they have had this entire series so far. And when JDG's entire topside creates all that commotion, Gala is able to just rip them apart. Now, 3,000 gold ahead of Viper right now.
Yep. Hang on. Quickness pop.
Petrifying Gaze lands on a Junja, and he gets a little too far forward without the rest of his team to back him up.
Yep. Going to be taken down there. Junja, despite having a not super pretty KD ratio has been the guy leading the charge in all of the fights. You know, it's selfish. It's selfless. Jungling, Mark. You and I understand that, right?
Something along those lines.
Yeah. So, I mean, something along those lines, but like, sometimes we have to play for ourselves. Now, Junja has been doing, I think, such a good job at creating these openings for JDG in the skirmishes. The problem, though, I think does become when he gets a little too comfortable, when he goes up a little too far. Vampire is really the only person that can back him up. Those shields are going to be his only protection externally from the rest of his comp to support him in going further. So he's got to be really committal on those engages, and I just feel like little slip-ups like that, it gives gold over to BLG. Nothing too consequential going to come of it, but got to make sure that you shore those up, especially now with neutrals coming through here on the map. Baron gonna spawn in a little less than 20 seconds, but it is the Dragon, the second one for both of these teams that claim it, that could be making the difference. And it's Mountain Soul, crucially. We talk about the survivability of both comps in game number 1, and Mountain Soul is just going to make that all the more same in terms of importance going into game number 2 if the team can claim it.
For BLG, that Mountain Soul shield would be so pivotal to mitigate the upfront burst from the Vi Ahri combo. For JDG, you give all those Mountain Dragons to Xiaoshu. Oh, he's going to be a happy camper. Not only he's going to be even harder to try and destroy as BLG, but also, once he goes all out, he's going to get even more offensive stats. And being Xiaoshu's one of his top 2 comfort champions ever since he first joined the JDG roster in summer of 2025. Cannot disrespect him when it comes to that. On fishing, maybe not fishing for a pick quite yet onto Xiaoshu. He might need a little bit more reinforcements in that department, so he just takes his base as we set up for Dragon in 5 seconds.
The real pick onto Xiaoshu was the friends we made along the way. There is no possible chance that a Cassante with ultimate and flash, we are ever getting a pick on that guy. So BLG forced a lot of members up toward the top side, and you can see they lose a lot of control on that bot side river. JDG's members are all in that area, and now are setting up for a potential trap onto them.
Boy. Been completely picked off on the right side. Double slice and dice. Flashes from the orbit deception, but Junja is able to track him down with a flash of his own. Shun trying to hold the line against Xiaoshu, but Junja can look over the wall with the ball breaker. They immediately turn right onto Gala, but he flashes out of the bullet time. Shun tries to buy time with this crescent guard, but that time is going to be cut short. Knight and Viper trying to stand without a front line, and that's only going to get you so far as Gala continues to rip apart members one after another with those boomerang blades. Who cares about the Dragon? It's time to secure the Baron.
Oh yeah, they're going straight for the big purple worm. Knight is the only one up. He's decently high on HP, so is probably going to try and stall this out just a little bit, but it is going to be really difficult. You are short range as Cassiopeia. Walking up to a comp like this is a fool's errand, and he unfortunately is not playing the fool. He's playing as Knight. He is going to back on away, and JDG going to secure themselves the Baron for the time being. And it just felt like a bit of a slip-up from the BLG macro we've been seeing so far in this series. Bin walks up, but he's completely isolated. JDG have all the control they could possibly want around this bot side river, and the Renekton just walks straight into the trap laid by Jindong Gaming.
You have to credit JDG for the snap engages they have been able to pull off with this composition. We called it out. It was a comfort from their sole win against Top Esports in the upper semifinals, and they're able to demonstrate their mastery on it here in Game 2.
They are, and look at Honky with the charm onto Viper. Huge clutch there to get that onto the AD carry of BLG. Just gives them one extra kill for their fights. And off the redeploy, we can see BLG didn't even get a chance to try and jockey for the Dragon. They're going to be forced to give that one up. It's only second Drake, so not the end of the world, but still, we talk about the tankiness. We talk about the durability of Xiaoshu and Junja having the audacity to keep looking to start up these fights, and it is only going to worsen with them getting Mountain Drakes.
At least Knight has funneled some resources on the top side, but that seems like only a consolation prize for the fact that JDG take out both mid tier 2 and bot tier 2, and now extending the gold lead up to nearly 7,000. There's a lone ward in that pit, but there's not going to be a dragon for another 4.5 minutes here, Quack, so that ward, I fear, is not going to get that much mileage for a TP flank.
Not really. And I feel now that the game has calmed down a little bit, Mark. One player that I really do want to talk about in this series, we've already alluded to him in the context of the 1v1 matchup, as we might not even have time to do that. Xiaoshu is being flanked, and he doesn't even know it. Knight and Shun are just sitting in this bush, but look at where the rest of the JDG members are. I mean, they're in the area. There's no possible way for you to pincer on this Cassante. Yeah, they're just gonna back away. This is not a play, my friends.
TP coming in from Bin. Oh,
Unless
this is
it
a
might
deep
be.
flank from Shun and Knight. Can they collapse onto Gala? He has no flash from the fight before. Everything onto the Sivir. Viper trying to put in the damage with these dual blood pistols, and he finds it. But do they survive the re-engage from Hongq as he just soars, dips, bombs, and weaves all over BLG, looking for a potential penta, but Xiaoshu denies it. Hongq secures the quadra kill, and JDG with a massive swing in the series.
Hongq with a clutch re-engage for his team. It looked like BLG might get a pincer play to turn the game around, but Hongq finds the angle. A quadra kill for the mid laner of Jindong Gaming, and JDG are looking to stamp their mark on this series. 9.5k gold up ahead of BLG. They want to tie up the series, Mark.
And it's almost to a 10,000 gold advantage marking point for JDG now in game 2. BLG's chances, if you thought that there was any chance for hope for a comeback, that might all be dusted, as their best attempt to try and shut down this Sivir is achieved, but at a great cost.
I mean, they get all of this damage dumped onto the Sivir. It opens up Hongq to just run and dash and dip right into the fight. I mean, he's getting in melee range of a Renekton and a Cassiopeia. He is unafraid here, Rafa.
Unlucky that the pentakill is stolen by Xiaoshu, but it is what it is. BLG.
Hit him with a question mark ping and move on.
My penta. We'll see if BLG can make one more final stand. Gonna be pretty damn hard. Petrifying Gaze onto Junja. Decent damage, grand entrance, and the quickness. Junja flashes over the wall.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Viper gets a big shutdown onto Vi's pockets. Bin flashing forward. No way, they're turning this one around. BLG were down 10,000 gold, but they just took down 2 members in it's 2 seconds flat.
All right, and there's a wave coming through as well. Hongq and Vampire are really the only ones capable of defending. Gala is off to the side. The Sivir has no horse in this race, so for the time being, it is a 2v5. BLG turn the fight. Junja, we saw it happen earlier, like 10 minutes ago, on that top side, where he goes and gets punished for it and overextending on this Vi, but now it is way more consequential because we're later into the game. He goes over the wall, and yeah, I mean, good punish here from Knight. Doesn't get the snare, or the stun rather, but gets the slow, and that's all they need. Bullet time to finish him off. And just a little bit of a mistake there. The positioning error from the JDG jungler does cost a couple of lives and a shrinkage of that gold lead that we saw from JDG just a few minutes ago.
Well, Junja now has a GA, so if he makes another oopsie, he's got a second chance. Then, however, I don't think he's got a second chance. There's TP coming in from Xiaoshu. Bin, no flash on this Renekton, double slice and dice, but the cease and desist should lock him down long enough for the rest of JDG to slide on in and make a belt out of that crocodile. Rest of BLG, though, on the cross map, trying to be as efficient as possible with trading objectives. Should be able to take out this tier 2 turret, or at least a majority of the plates, but now Junja is hunting for more. No Vi ultimate available. Shun marking territory, trying to draw a line of vision here. Xiaoshu gonna face check first and force BLG to walk away.
They're not even going for the Dragon. They're just going straight for the Baron. Shun has been spotted out by JDG, so they know the Xin Zhao is split from the rest of his teammates. They're starting up Nashor. Critically, Renekton is down for another 15 seconds. Bin has teleport, so BLG, if they can stall out this Baron, they can get a 5v5.
Shun, immediate flash onto the left, noticing that Honky was separate, but he dashes out with a Spirit Rush.
On.
Junja tries to invade and help take down On, and now it's a 3-on-5. Bin has teleport. He's going to join in the fray, try and provide reinforcement. Shun dodges the charm. It goes wide. Pressing guard, buys some time once again. Bin pops the Dominus, looks for Xiaoshu first, but Gala flashes forward, sees an empty jungler, can immediately go for the killing blow. Shun is down, and the rest of BLG are scattered. Knight tries to make his final stand. The petrifying gaze is great, but he cannot deal with every last member of JDG by himself. The Soul Laners of Billy Gaming are forced away, and JDG should be strong enough to look for the Baron.
All right, they're going right back onto the Nashor. Shun is no longer alive. I was thinking maybe after getting a couple of picks, it might have dissuaded Jindong Gaming from going for the Baron, but they are not dissuaded in the slightest. They go right back onto the objective. It will only be 3 members repping the purple, but that's better than none. They're going to take their reset and redeploy onto the Dragon once we go back to live, Mark. But before that, a replay of the fight here, and BLG know they have to stall out this fight, know they have to pull JDG away from the Baron. They find an engage onto Hongq to try and buy some time, but On gets snagged, gets CC'd, the Rakan goes down, and then JDG look to pull the trigger here. I feel like if they had just been a second quicker to try and take down Shun by the time Bin arrives, it would have saved them a lot more headaches for trying to finish off the last little bit of HP. Gala was forced to flash and then is in the middle of a Renekton, so does kind of feel like JDG need to pull the trigger a bit sooner. They still get the fight win, and back to live, you can see that they're on the Dragon as well, so Soul Point will be acquired for them all the same. Still in the driver's seat despite BLG's kicking and screaming and unrelenting unwillingness to go down. JDG trying to tie this series up.
And the more these team fights play out, Quacks, the more I really despise this misfortune. It feels so hard and difficult to make use of this pick, especially when you are constantly forced to kite back. They haven't been able to really find a solid wombo, and more of the times the bullet time seems to be more of a disruption ultimate rather than a pure damage ulti to secure a winning fight. Yeah, it's literally a zoning ulti. But JDG, while losing majority of that 10,000 gold advantage, are still at 7,000 and strong enough with Baron buff on their side to walk into the base. Junja aggroed by Bin, able to regroup with the rest of his team. Bin trying to hold the left side. Charm and the Spirit Rush. The Croc is gone. Shun tries to jump onto Hongq, throws out the Crescent Guard, but On is the next one to drop, and so will Shun fall. And now Hongq ready to style on Knight like he did before. As Knight is now completely separated from the rest of his base, flashed on by Junja, and JDG will erase any doubt there was had in this second game. I'm gonna say it, Quacks. We got a series on our hands. JDG, tie us up 1-1.
And I would have it no other way. This is the first seed against the second seed. It doesn't matter where it is in the bracket, whether it is upper bracket or lower bracket, whether it is elimination or entrance into the grand finals. The match against these two organizations is always a banger, regardless of where it is, Mark.
Since 2023, the series total score, when it just comes to LPL regular season and Riot official international tournaments, the series score is JDG 12 to BLG 10.
Yeah.
Recently, BLG have won a majority of those matches, which is why they've been able to climb back up in recent years, and also heavily due to the fact that Knight, after being on JDG for 8 of those first match wins, tallying up the score, has at least given BLG alongside the rest of that core roster all of their more recent wins. But this just goes to show how back and forth these orcs have been over the years, how back and forth they remain today. And even though we know that BLG were victorious in the regular season recently against JDG, as well as first and semifinals and playoffs from Split 1, JDG still got hands. They still have their strengths, their bread and butter. And we called it out from the beginning, Quacks. Vi Ari. It was the victorious combo against Top Esports in Game 1 of their series, and it proved successful once again going into BLG.
It did, and you know, you talk about the former JDG mid laner that is Knight, Mark, but I want to take a little bit of a look at the current mid laner for JDG, Hongq, with an absolutely massive performance in game number 2. You talk about the Vi Ari as a confluence, but I think individually, after that first blood, Hongq really turned up the heat, and you loved to see it. A quadra kill for him on that top side play. And you have to keep in mind, we talk about the ramifications and what is on the line here for BLG, and Knight specifically being the first all-pro mid laner, being the MVP of the split, being the GOAT of the LPL, and making it back to an international, having a mountain to climb in order to achieve that. But Hongq has only been in competitive play for a year and a half and is yet to miss an international in that entire time span. He made it to all 3 internationals in his first year on CFO, made it to first stand this year. Missing out on MSI would be the first time ever he has missed out on an international, and he wants to keep that streak alive. A performance that he put on in game number 2 proves that he's still got the hands, he's still got the drive to get it done.
Yeah. That track record is very similar to Pei's when he made his debut on Gen G, and he was at, I think, almost every international up until he came over to JDG and missed out on his first not one, but basically year of international play in 2025. But back on T1, we'll see if he makes it to MSI or Worlds later that year, which I have a...
No, please.
I'm not nearly locked in on LCK this year as I am most of the time, but I imagine that'll be the case. But enough about that, because as you mentioned, Hongq and Junja linking up together, the duo from the Flying Oysters of 2025 that really put their name on the map. Obviously, Junja has been known for being in the LPL formerly with EDG and a world champion, sharing space with JDG, sharing that role in 2021. Now, this time around, as you noted, Hongq on this Ari, when he was given the space and the freedom to just annihilate target after target in the midst of these chaotic team fights, that is when JDG can thrive. And for BLG, I know we already spoke about the misfortune being kind of a mismatch to the rest of the composition, but I don't know if it was just the misfortune. To me, it didn't feel like it was just purely draft gap. There was definitely some execution at play that JDG were just straight up better in.
Oh, for sure. And I feel like one of the areas where we felt the execution wasn't there for BLG was on this misfortune. We talked about the importance of Viper needing to be this late game hyper carry and dishing out the damage with the bullet time. But then we were more used to ultimates like this. Literal zoning ults from him, and every single time he ulted, or more often than not, he was punished for it. He's an immobile member against all the lockdown that JDG have, and just the fearlessness from Junja into this game, Viper was never safe. And so it felt difficult for BLG to play protect on this misfortune with a literal crazy man in the jungle on the side of JDG, always willing to go forward, sometimes, Mark, to his detriment, but just providing such a difficult game for Viper to play. That late game damage never really came online for BLG because they weren't able to set up for it in the early to mid phases.
Yeah. And something that producer Ilya made sure that we got a chance to see from the official LPL broadcast is that they had a graphic that showed the meta trap, and I believe it was Mbessa, Yunara, and Cassiopeia with staggeringly low win rates. Cassiopeia, if I saw that number correctly, has yet to win a game in playoffs, despite the high priority that has been put on her. So, does that mean this champion sucks? I don't know.
Wow.
She's definitely strong for a reason, but 0 wins is crazy. As Gala gets player of the game, he got gifted a lot of resources, and he paid off that investment tenfold, being able to find multiple moments to flash forward and really brute force the damage. And it made BLG realize, guys, if we do not shut down Gala, we're going to lose the game. And by the time they made that pivot, it was too late.
For sure. And I feel it wasn't just Gala getting the kills early on, but it was also denying the resources from Viper. Even when this misfortune wasn't getting locked down, wasn't getting killed, I mean, we saw that Junja was just camping the bot lane, was making it literally impossible for Viper to step up to that wave. So the denial of resources from one AD carry, and then on top of that, the stacking resources for another, just made the discrepancy between the two, the power influx and difference between the AD carries of this match, night and day. So definitely think Gala had his moment. We talked about the importance of him needing to get ahead in the 2v2s before the games started, Mark, and that is absolutely what happened here in game number 2.
Yeah. 8 for 8 from the LPL official broadcast team. I guess since Honkyu got solo killed by Knight, despite his massive contributions, they didn't want to consider him as just like even like a honorable mention or something. But 8 for 8 for Gala. Okay, well, series is tied up, y'all. We're 1-1, and like Quack said, we wouldn't have it any other way. Both of these teams are fighting for their championship lives, their international dreams to return to the global stage, and only one of them can succeed in doing so. We'll see you on the other side of this break for Game 3. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game 3. And if you missed out on the first 2, well, as you can see, we got a series on our hands, y'all. We are tied 1-1. Both teams throwing out very, very strong punches and responses back and forth against each other. And the way that both of these teams have come out with their victorious setups, I think we get to at least look at JDG and see that, okay, the way they won game 2, very reminiscent of what they have done in the past. Whereas we look at BLG game 1, it's still very different than what we have normally known them for. But this game 2 got really punished for not being able to play nearly as fast as they normally do and not having those strong lane setups, as Viper was heavily set behind.
For sure. Viper really wasn't able to interact with that game whatsoever. Misfortune was jailed from minute number 1, Rafa. And going into game number 3 now, I do wonder what the adaptation for BLG is going to be, because it felt like they played and kind of went to the style that we have always known them for. We got a solo kill from Knight, we had an aggressive Cassiopeia, we had good movement from Shun overall to try and be a bit more up in the playmaking in the early phases of the game. But JDG were just better about punishing that, and a lot of credit there has to go over to Junja. So more playmakers for the mid-jungle duo of JDG. That is exactly what I am ordering up here for game number 3 if they want to win. And already Rise going to be the pickup here for Knight. Anivia is still on the board, but JDG aren't necessarily forced to lock that in right away. Instead, gonna go for the Lucian Melio. And now that the Vi is fearless away, Mark, there's a lot more safety in going for that duo.
And it's interesting to go for the Lucian Melio so early when there's no real threat of Ashe Seraphine on the table. However, Kog'Maw Lulu!
All right!
Okay! Juggermaw has arrived to Summoner's Rift.
It certainly has, and anytime you see a Kog'Maw on the game, the focus immediately shifts onto this champion. You drop everything to set this behind or accelerate it ahead, and this would be a good redemption game for Viper. That Misfortune, like we talked about, was set so far behind, was barely able to participate in the game, but now this Kog'Maw is the main focus. There is the Anivia counter pick onto the Rise that we were talking about, Mark. And now, going into the second phase of draft, I feel like for BLG, it is going to be about the Space Makers. It is going to be about the peel. It is going to be about ensuring Viper is untouched in these fights and that he can free fire in the late game.
When we think of Juggermaw, we think of Uzi from the RNG days. Protect the puppy comp.
Yup. Protect the Viper.
Very awesome to see. Yeah, protect the Viper now this time around. And I think Space Makers, great call for BLG. You want champions that can provide strong disengage, be able to stop any onslaughts, any engages from coming out from JDG. Obviously, the Lulu is going to be great at that. Rise can at least try and lock down one target when they make their approach. But a lot of the stronger disengaged junglers, like the Xin Zhao, we're already fearless out. Jarvan not available to try and Cataclysm and create terrain. The Trundle's being banned as a response and a threat to what Junja could look for on JDG.
I really like these bans coming through from BLG, just removing any kind of snap engage that JDG could try to put on to this Kog'Maw, and that really has to be the goal here. JDG have a good amount of damage, but they don't really have any initiation tools, Mark, so I think the onus now is going to be on Junja and Xiaoshu to get the fight starters in for this comp. But like you talked about, a lot of those, specifically in the jungle, are fearless away. So it really limits your options if you are Junja. But Ambessa's still open and available. Could give them at least a window into starting up and getting that snap engage. The question is, who do you have to follow up with? Because if it is just Ambessa engaging alone against a Rise Lulu, that is not nearly enough in my opinion.
So I'm thinking for JDG, you probably look for Pantheon because you need a guaranteed way of connecting the public execution off of a stun or a point and click. Wukong could also be good. I was expecting that BLG were going to look for Wukong with the powerful disengage ability of Cyclone, but I forget that Lee Sin has a kick. You can just punt away one of those threats away, and because you already have a Rise, Shun and Knight can link up again in the early mid game, try and set that early mid game snowball up for success. Oh my god,
Oh
Bin is going
my
to lock in
gosh.
Vayne into what could be the Mbessa. Now, Mbessa can be flexed, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Mbessa flexed into the jungle to cover for that counter pick matchup. Xiaoshu will go for the Jax instead.
All right, but this is a insanely good draft for BLG. We talk about the importance of stacking around this hyper carry that is the Kog'Maw, but what happens when you say, let's play around an 80 carry and then add another 80 carry? Suddenly the focus from JDG becomes split, because even if you work through all of the peel, all of the defenses that the Lulu, that the Lee Sin, that the Ryze bring to protect the backline Viper, you then have to deal with the Vayne going into your backline and wreaking havoc onto your team as well. So the focus from JDG could be split into too many different directions. This feels like a composition where BLG, if they get to the late game, are just absolutely going to demolish Jindong Gaming, and JDG are going to be too separated, too not on the same page in order to deal with a double marksman composition here. We already talked about the lack of engage, and now it is really becoming an issue when you have so many members you have to deal with.
Now, this is a composition that feels a lot similar to what BLG would try and go for during the regular season, where you have a strong early game jungler that tries and plays off of the priority of all of his lanes. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how the Kog'Maw Lulu matchup should go into Milio Lucian, as Milio Lucian emerged as one of the more dominant 2v2s. But if Kog'Maw can stat check the Lucian, maybe you have a winning bot side. We'll see how it all unfolds as we hit Summoner's Rift for game 3.
Little classic BLG comp here, Mark, for game number 3. Overwhelming damage, overwhelming pressure, overwhelming display of mechanical execution is what this comp provides, and it has been BLG's bread and butter traditionally since the start of the year, even before that, if I'm being completely honest with myself. And this will be a comp I'm very excited to see, just because it feels like JDG's response is so concerning. You've got engage, you've got lockdown, but do you have enough of that to be able to deal with just how much DPS is going to be coming through from 2 marksmen on BLG's side?
Yeah. So 2 things. 1, shout out to Bin, 700 games played in the LPL ever since his debut year with Suning, where he was able to finish out as a world finalist.
Got a pentakill.
But also, yeah. But also, this is a Storm Raider Surge Jax top from Xiaoshu. So we're doing a little bit of cooking here in the top lane. I'm curious if that means he's going to go for the AP Jax build, just trying to max out the ability haste on that counter-strike.
Spot him.
Junja might be in trouble here. And Mbessa can be punished super early on. She needs levels. She needs items. And Shun immediately goes in, tags her with a resonating strike off of the Sonic Wave cast. Junja does not... I'm not sure whether he was able to smite the Krugs or not. Looks like he did, though, because he has at least 4 camps with Vampire. Under fire under the tower. Flash from both of the supports, as well as the summoner heal from Vampire's Milio. Shun is going to take his leave and return to the top side of the map.
And the biggest reason why I think Shun is able... Well, there are 2 reasons why he's able to make that invade is, 1, he's got the bot lane priority. We saw Vampire, or Viper and On, rather, roam up toward that play to try and reinforce their Lee Sin on playing aggressively. But also, Mbessa early on, the cooldowns are very high for this champion. So once you use an ability, there is a very low chance that you're going to be able to get 2 recycled combos off in a team, or in a skirmish, in the early phases. So Junja, once he uses an ability, he's not getting it back up. Shun is able to punish that and really make use of the fact that early on, Mbessa isn't the duelist she's spoken up to be in the mid to late game.
Yep. I mean, we talk about her in the top lane that she needs to be level 6 before she can really start cooking in the lane, and then she really wants 2 items, ideally 1 at best. Knight might be pinned though by the wall, pops the ghost. Might be too late to pop the flash, but he flashes the second cast of the Q from Junja's Mbessa. Patience rewarded, Knight survives.
And Hongq, with the egg still available, comfortable enough to keep playing out in this lane, not go for a reset. It will require Junja to have a bit more of a elongated presence in mid just to ensure that his birdie in the mid lane is safe from Rise. But it looks like everything will be all quiet there in due time. Still, though, I love the way that Shun is moving around the map. We saw him go from that top side. He skipped the Raptors to get on toward this bot lane to continue pressure and to try and keep this this sort of jail onto the Mbessa from farming your camps on this side of the map.
Shun looking for Gala with the Sonic Wave, tags him. Good on you, Shun, for listening to your mind and not your body there. I know I would have done it, but Gala had both summoner spells up. Sometimes you just got to send it for the boys. Oh, Shun
sent it for
goes
the
in
boys.
under Vampire. Yep. Well, at least the Amelia didn't have any summoner spells. Smite. Once again, Junja able to secure his own Krugs despite Shun's best attempts at denying him his own gold and resources.
Yeah, you know, Mark, our supports aren't unlike 5 ping or whatever the competitive, well, I wonder what the ping average legitimately is for the players, but we go for that kick, we 100% land it because Emilio on like 40 ping is not going to be able to interrupt our Sonic kick. We just don't have supports that are built like Vampire here in North America, especially in our elos. We're washed.
Damn. Well,
at least
that's why we, well, that's why we cast, and that's why we don't play professionally. BLG, somewhat of a gold lead, but it is very dispersed throughout these members here. A majority of it in Bin's pockets as he has found a solid CS lead once again to Xiaoshu, despite his attempts at being able to try and collect some gold. TP was burned while Bin still maintains both of these summoner spells, gets his first base off, and with that Phage and Boots loadout, he's going to have a lot of movement speed to be able to kite Xiaoshu, and as long as he has his Condemn for the Counter-Strike, it's really hard for Xiaoshu to try and find any meaningful trades, but I have to give credit to Junja. All the pressure that Shun has been trying to put onto the Mbessa, he's at least still farming up a Storm and making sure that he's not falling behind when it comes to XP.
And at the very least, I feel like him being able to absorb that pressure is not only making it so that Shun's plans aren't working to get accelerated as this Lee Sin in the early game, but also Shun, if he's putting on pressure to you in the jungle, that's pressure he's not putting on to the lanes. So,
yeah,
there you go.
Bin pops the final hour as well as the exhaust, but you saw that Storm Raider's Surge getting its value there, giving Xiaoshu enough movement speed to kite away before Bin could look for a more lethal all-in. Junja now level 6, making his way towards the top side, but that ward in the Pixel Brush should give Bin enough information to get out of harm's way.
Xiaoshu just keeps getting condemned out. Bin, though, has to be very careful about stepping up when he doesn't have that E in his back pocket, because could be an easy engage for Xiaoshu, and with Junja having level 6 as well, could be an opening for Mbessa to start making their mark on the map as well. Still, though, no kills going over here for the game, Rafa, and I feel like with BLG, we talk about the scaling of a double marksman comp plus a Rise, they're perfectly comfortable making this game go to late and willing to scale up and stack on these items. No objectives have even been jockeyed for so far. That's how low cortisol BLG are willing to be here in game 3.
I love seeing some low cortisol gameplay.
Yeah.
I take that back. No, I want high octane action between my number 1 and number 2 seed, but you can see how much the pressure means to both of these teams. While the Condemn doesn't necessarily go the right way for Bin, it at least allows him to get many more auto attacks onto Xiaoshu on his way out, disengaging from the trade. Gala empties a full clip, only finds a little bit of damage onto Viper's Kog'Maw. Shun already having secured one grub. Maybe I'm wrong in that. Junja now smiting the second one. But now there's one more for the taking. Should go into the hands of JDG unless Shun wants to slink back around.
Well, Honkyu's going to be forced to get back toward this mid lane, so Knight might be freed up to move on toward this topside river. Doesn't look like he's going to take that. Junja is onto the Krug, so it will be 2 grubs going over the way of JDG. Yeah, On is just being really annoying. He's just canceling the backs.
Did Viper just barrier just to tank that turret shot and stop a base? That's kind of awesome.
That's kind of, you know, we're talking about the aura needing to be reined in before the games on the walkouts, but what about the aura in the games, Viper?
I'm hoping that it was intentional and not a misclick, because I wasn't sure, to be honest, but we're going to go with that narrative, as grubs are gone. And there's still a dragon to be secured by any of these 2 teams. And I think the big thing that you pointed out, because Shun hasn't been able to break open the game super early on, he hasn't been able to put any time into looking for objectives or looking for meaningful lane gank plays other than some of the pressure he put onto Vampire's summoner spells. But Knight has had to defend for himself in the 1v2 so far. And now with the pressure, maybe Shun can look for something, but he ward hops over the wall, and now looking for a collapse. Gall and Vampire immediately back off. That signals the BLG that they had vision control somewhere in this bot side river, more than likely that dragon pit. Knight gets stopped by the recall. That's going to be a little annoying for him.
Knight is half HP, kind of cut out from the rest of the team, so JDG can move in toward this river. Do have to pay attention to Honkyu's mana, though. He is falling very low on that regard.
Thought that Junja was going to pull the trigger there, but good sign of respect from this Ambessa to not just send it when they didn't know exactly where Viper and On were. They knew that they were in the area and could have followed up on the play, so not committing a potential mistake. Whereas Bin continues his dominance on the top side of the map, nearly 20 CS above the Jax, which was the counter pick response. And even with the Storm Raider Surge, I thought it was going to be something like a AP build. No, it's still just the Trinity Force standard rush.
I am interested to see how the Storm Raider Surge operates later on into the game for this Jax, because usually the go-to keystone for Jax is the Conquer, just to give you that extra bit of power in extended fights, but I feel like it really is going to be about one-shotting the backline. So if you can provide that stickiness to keep on to Viper, to keep on to Bin, but it just feels like it is going to be harder to proc in team fights as this Jax. You leap in and then you're immediately going to get kicked out, or you're going to get room prison. There's a lot of disengage that we've talked about with this BLG comp outside of the marksman that they have drafted. So really feels like you have to start making use of this in the laning phase. And so far, Bin is playing the spacing game to perfection up against this matchup.
Yep. Has only popped the exhaust once. I don't even think he's used his flash this entire game so far. So he's maintained his gold advantage. He hasn't necessarily spiraled out of control, but as long as the Vayne is getting her items in a timely fashion, like you said, BLG, even with a composition that has winning lanes across the board, they also have some scaling on their side. However, Junja now in the area on the top side. Xiaoshu was not able to connect the counter-strike, but might have an angle to look for it again as Junja is pushing in for the dive.
All right, Bin is probably going to sniff this one out. Gets vision of Junja. There's flash, exhaust, everything is available for Bin to try and outplay this.
Xiaoshu just goes in for a plate. Forced to use the counter-strike to deny some damage as Bin went in for the all-in, popping the final hour. BLG, meanwhile, recognizing that Junja is on the top side of the map, they can finally look for the first dragon of the game here in 13 minutes.
The scaling threat going to be made that much more palpable later on if you can back up the double marksman comp with a dragon soul threat. Will be pretty delayed in actually being able to get soul, as first strike taken at 13 minutes was quite the wait to get there, but I think will, at the very least, have a similar curve to when we expect this Kog'Maw to come online. Kog'Maw, really strong once he gets 4 items specifically. So if you can time the breakpoints of this champion with the dragon and getting that soul, I feel like BLG saving that until 13 minutes does have a good amount of merit to it.
Bot lanes have now swapped to the mid lane, whereas mid lanes are now on the bottom side of the map. We'll see what Shun or Junja can do around this new lane allocation. Rift Herald coming up in less than a minute. Shun now putting some vision down on the top side of the map. It is very dark for Junja here. Goes in with the sweeper. Gonna give respect over to the Sonic Wave, but manages to secure at least 1 ward denied.
You can see that Shun is just waiting in the wings here. Viper looking for a trade. Good sidesteps from him.
Counter-Strike already expended. Bin now has the advantage with the exhaust. Flashing forward,
Oh.
he sees lethal, and Giga Bin tastes his meal in the top lane.
Yeah, he's got Hexblade now, so not only is he tankier, but also the extra attack speed you get once you proc ultimate turns Vayne into a machine gun mark. He's going to take that opportunity, gets the first blood nearly 15 minutes into the game. Better late than never for BLG, and now more plates going over to the Vayne, an acceleration of the other marksmen that JDG are going to have to worry about.
Culling, decent damage onto Viper, but not so much that it really forces Viper to back off. Trying to force priority for this Rift Herald, but look at the damage already coming out from Viper and on when he's got this Lulu at his side, chunking Gala to about 50% HP. Junja still wants to try and find a way to guarantee this Rift Herald for themselves, but it's going to be a little bit tough now that Gala does not have the health bar advantage.
Yeah, Gala, I mean, you're a short-range Lucian. This is one of the conceits of the champion. You gotta get up there, close and personal to deal the damage. And speaking of up close and personal,
public execution completely missed.
That hit my
and
fridge.
That forces this Mbessa to flash, and honestly, that looks like a panic ulti if I've ever seen one. Xiaoshu. I don't know if you want to go into darkness like that. There's no Counter-Strike. He ward hops back out to safety. BLG have control of this Rift Herald, but the rest of JDG trying to regain position here. And they force them to reset the Herald.
So, overall, good macro play there from JDG. They realize that Knight is split from the rest of the squad. Xiaoshu with a very bold blast cone over that wall. Does kind of force BLG to regroup, and then with the rest of JDG moving on up, they concede that space. So at the end of it all, JDG are the ones that end up getting the objective, regardless of what happened before. And we're going to get a replay of what happened before with Bin's solo kill here. So is this just, another case of him condemning him further away from his turret? Xiaoshu flashes away, Bin immediately responds, and then the exhaust to run him down. Now putting him at 1.5k gold in the driver's seat. Quests have been completed for some time too as well, so Vayne does have the option of having that teleport and joining up with the rest of the team. This is where the double marksman comp, Rafa, could really start to shine.
First item's already completed, and second items Mel on their way. Oh, Bin might just try and run down Xiaoshu here. Control ward. Not sure what that was for, I'm not gonna lie, but it put Bin at least somewhat wary of something happening, as Bin secures first brick on the top side of the map, and we have dragon spawning in the next 23 seconds.
Bin's not even gonna go for that control ward. He's gonna let it sit there and make Xiaoshu feel the awkwardness of placing that, with it really paying no dividends at the end of the day. Like you said, though, drag it up very soon. JDG get temporary control of the river, but Bin is on the move. He is moving toward that top side, so it doesn't look like BLG are committing all of their resources over toward this Drake. And JDG gonna try and get a little bit more pressure. Herald has been spawned, but even if this charges Mark, it will not kill the turret. So some plate gold will be there, but nothing else.
Shun got interrupted on the ward hop, forced to flash over the wall. Well timed by Honkyu's Anivia there. That's a crucial summoner spell on the Lee Sin. Won't be able to make any kick flash plays anytime soon. But as you called out, BLG are very happy to concede that dragon and say, well, look at us solo lanes. We're farming up a storm.
I mean, Bin is going to get this turret. He's going to pick up a wave. He completed that Roa long ago, has 3 stacks on it now. So once we get to the actualizer spike on this Rise, again, can't stress this enough. An early cordial game is exactly what this BLG comp want. They scale into oblivion. Double marksman plus a Rise is a late game that can haunt your nightmares. And the fact that JDG haven't really found opportunities to accelerate the game pace at all is very concerning, because it feels like we're getting shades of game number 1 where JDG are trying to look for plays, trying to get this game under control, but BLG have the better scaling comp, and eventually it's a powder keg that will explode and you're going to be in the blast radius.
Yeah. JDG are really feeling the pressure of not having strong, reliable engage on their side. Obviously, the Vayne put a bit of a dent in their draft plans, and they tried to pivot around it, sending the Ambessa into jungle, but that denied other jungle picks that were still on the table that had much more reliable ways of being able to force fights than this Ambessa without any proper setup. Shun, though, has to constantly be careful about this Anivia wall now that he no longer has flash. Thankfully, he was able to ward hop this time around, but Bin slowly putting pressure on the top side of the map and giving BLG access into this jungle quadrant with deeper vision. And now Hongq is forced to answer to the Vayne on the top side.
And Shun's role in these team fights now is going to be something I'm curious to see, because we talked about the early pressure provided by Lee Sin as a champion, but there really was no early game pressure to be had by either one of these squads. So now, are you just kind of relegated to being a kick bot? Like, are you just a peel tool for your backline to take over? Because it feels like if you engage into this comp, you're probably asking to get gray screen. So Shun has a very easy task, basically.
Yep. You are very much a disengaged guy at this point. And that is something that obviously you're not going to recognize a lot if you play Lee Sin in solo queue and you're looking for the kick flash plays. But then again, as we say it, he just looks for a little bit of a 1-2 combo on the Vampire, immediately gets both the flash and the summoner heal. So that Viper and the rest of BLG can be a bit more comfortable sitting in this mid lane fighting for priority.
So basically what I'm hearing is that Shun is going to be the living embodiment of the quote, "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks. I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." He's just going to keep kicking them.
True.
Yeah.
Dragon's Rage is a powerful thing to have, and as long as Shun recognizes when to use it aggressively and when to use it to provide support and peel for his backline, and BLG are in a great spot.
They are, for sure. And I mean, we can see the range of the Kog'Maws doing wonders and just being able to chip away at this final tier 1 on the side of JDG. And it feels like this is a game, Mark, where JDG are slowly starting to bleed out. There hasn't been basically any action on the map as Viper gets a little aggressive there, forces the wild growth out of On, and now Bin is forced to pop his ultimate.
Oh boy, but this time Junja can provide relief and support, but he sidesteps the public execution. Counter-Strike used again. Now it's time for Bin to get the hell out of there and run. He flashes over the Anivia wall. Not sure. Oh, can he teleport? No, he's gonna.
No.
He is just gonna.
They're on Baron, by the way.
Oh my goodness!
All right,
BLG will tip their hat, say 0-7 to Bin for giving his life and completely rage baiting JDG, all 5 members of the bot side, and say, thank you. We will take this Baron now for free.
Absolutely worth it for BLG. I mean, they might lose their mid lane tier 1 here, as well as their bot lane tier 1. We can see Xiaoshu is in the area as well. They're going to Realm Warp there, so they're actually going to save this turret.
Flash immediately, trying to dodge out on that Anivia Q stun. On paying respects over to Hongq, but we've got a dragon coming up in the next 25 seconds here. Quacks. Baron on BLG's side. Wouldn't mind seeing them concede another dragon if that means they can get time to use this Baron buff to take down some additional turrets. As Shun looks for the kick flash play, but doesn't even get a chance to use his flash or kick at all. Immediate disengage by Gala, burning his own flash, but now Lucian is a more viable target on the next look.
All right, Shun is taken down to about half HP. He's going to be forced to recall ahead of this fight, so no jungler for BLG temporarily. And JDG, despite being the ones without the Baron buff, are actually going to gain control over this bot side river just because they have numbers advantage. They pull priority away from Billy Gaming. And they're going to be the ones with the dragon. It looks like BLG have no interest in conceding that, but there isn't much to get on the cross map. There's no Baron available. Tier 1 turret has been taken on the top side. It's a dragon for free, and good macro coming out from JDG.
And it at least allows them to continue stacking up to that Mountain Soul, now 2 dragons away. But they have yet to answer the question of how they're going to consistently deal with Bin on the side lanes with only one person. Because so far, it seems like anytime Bin shows up, it's going to have to be a multi-man effort to shut this Vayne down. Bin actually coming to mid lane. Viper stands up and says, yeah, you put me behind a wall, but Honkyu is forced to flash away as that damage from the Kog'Maw immediately makes Honkyu regret that decision.
You put me behind a wall, but I'm going to try and put you in the ground. Viper walking up to JDG, his Lulu in the back pocket, and BLG's marksmen are starting to come online here. You mentioned Bin, now on 2 items. Well, Viper is working on his 3rd, so we're getting closer and closer to the Doomsday Clock striking 12, and I feel this BLG comp reaching that critical mass that we warned against in the draft, Mark.
And we're very close to that point, Quacks. Viper halfway to his 3rd item. Bin also halfway to his 3rd item. Double marksman with 3 items. That is very, very terrifying for this JDG roster. And quite frankly, Honkyu is really their best way of trying to deal with this composition for BLG, but now that he has no flash, this bird is a sitting duck for any type of CC from BLG that they manage to find, and has to be extremely cautious about how he positions himself in these further engages for the next few minutes.
Luckily, the CC from BLG is not particularly heavy. Knight does have the Rune Prison, but has to throw out his E before he can get the root. And it's not always a guarantee that just the slow is going to be enough. Besides that, there isn't a ton of guaranteed crowd control on the side of BLG. So I actually think Honkyu is a little bit more freed up than you would expect to play it further in these fights without that flash. But still, I agree with you. He is the main guy that we have to be looking out for on JDG's side to really consistently dish out that damage, because everyone else on JDG's side is so short range. They have to go in to this comp that feels so difficult to engage onto. So it's a tall task for the rest of the team, but it is the weight of this game on Honkyu's shoulders. We talked about him in game number 2 being this guy capable of carrying teams, of putting on such an insane, legendary performance in the year of 2025, and not wanting to miss out on an international for the first time in his career. And it's performances like this that he is going to need to pull out if he wants to make it to MSI, if he wants to get that lower bracket run.
Yeah. He's got a decent supporting cast here from JDG, the rest of the top side. Endless Hunger picked up by Junja's Mbessa, really relying on the additional ability haste he gets from the item, as well as the Omnivamp that's going to rack up off of the first takedown. But he needs that reset to be guaranteed before he feels like the massive threat.
Gotta get the reset, gotta get the Omnivamp unlocked. First things first, you gotta get one of those kills, and BLG's backline are so well protected. I mean, Condemn is gonna throw out there onto Xiaoshu. He's immediately gonna be forced to back on away. Shun trapped in the wall, but the siege from BLG is starting to become a very big issue, and JDG really only have the Anivia as reliable wave clear mark. So wherever Honkyu is, I feel like BLG don't want to be. If they can split the map and pull apart JDG's comp, there's only one Anivia, and there are 5 members of BLG.
Yeah. Viper tries to unload some damage. Decent chunk onto Honkyu's health bar. Flash still not available on this Anivia. TP, deep flank from Xiaoshu, trying to find the counter-strike that could win them back this game. Looking for Bin. Flash counter-strike onto Viper, but he flashes away. And
Xiaoshu's in the back line.
Movement speed. Xiaoshu can no longer keep them locked down. Honkyu looking for the wall to separate them and pick up
Viper.
Viper gets it, but Shun.
Look at Knight.
Is it enough? Knight has to find the flank. He flashes over the wall. Gall is able as he tries to kite them all back. JDG somehow only dropping 2 in the skirmish, but BLG have 4, and they want to risk the Baron.
And with the Lulu up as well, they've got the sustain. The shields are going to be there to get Shun to stay within a healthy range of HP ahead of this Baron. But JDG, they don't want to contest. They don't want to fight them head on. They're going straight to B-line on this bot side. The dragon is in their eyes, Mark.
Crazy fight that breaks out off of this deep TP flank from Xiaoshu.
And it's finally JDG picking and choosing, waiting for the perfect moment to pull the trigger. And this was that time. Xiaoshu looking for an engage onto Viper. And initially, I feel this fight was really worrying. We see the Realm Warp flank come through from Knight. Shun is waiting for his moment, gets a beautiful kick into Hongq, and they're all sectioned off here, but then Viper gets caught by the wall. The main damage on the side of JDG, or BLG rather, gets taken down, and the rest of the JDG members are able to create the distance, exfiltrate from the play, and it only ends up being a 1-for-1. BLG get the Baron, but crucially, JDG are on soul point.
Might be in trouble. No flash, no ghosts on the rise from the prior fight on the top side of the map.
He's
but
level 18.
Viper and On are there to back him up, and that is 1 accelerated rise, 2 levels above his counterpart in Hongq's Anivia, who now has flash and teleport crucially. Shun trying to protect Bin in the mid lane, trying to make use of this Baron buff. The last time they had the buff on their side, it was only a 600 gold advantage found. So not the greatest Baron power play, but already they have more than doubled it.
They have, I mean, JDG are basically their game plan is hold out for another 3 minutes and then try and set up around this dragon. But BLG have 1 minute and 25 seconds to really push the issue of the fact that they have Baron and their siege power is so strong. And the only person that can deal with that wave clear, like we talked about, is the Bird, Hongq with this Anivia, but he can only be one place at a time. And so BLG with this Baron are looking to split the map, put pressure on more than one front, and chip down on these turrets. But JDG are actually mounting a pretty good defense so far. They aren't able to knock down these turrets and make use of this Baron buff. So I think JDG weathering this storm, just showing the map play that we have complemented consistently throughout this series. It is coming through in defense here and stalling out BLG from growing that already somewhat large gold lead that they have.
Couple things. It's crazy that in a match that involves BLG and JDG, there's only 5 kills total in 31 minutes.
I know.
This has been such a nail-biting game with very, very little mortal wounds delivered on Summoner's Rift here. There's been a ton of bloodshed, there's been a lot of tension, but the game hasn't completely exploded.
The macro play. It's the macro play, Mark. This is a subject that we talked about in the pre-show as something that has evolved for BLG as we saw in their EDG series, and something that I think JDG has always put on display. Anytime you've got these top 8 teams, it feels like the late game decision making, the setup around objectives is always superior with any team that he coaches, and JDG has been no exception. So their ability to hold out, to stall, to get these small little windows to look for the Dragon Soul win con and take those opportunities has been immaculate to see. It has not been a game about micro. It has not been a game about mechanics. Despite the double marksman comp, it has been slow, methodical, calculated, and I love seeing that style be put on here for both of these squads.
And it's definitely a reflection of the stakes and the gravitas of this match, right?
Right.
We called this the finals in exile because this is a matchup between our number 1 and number 2 seeds from the regular season, where we expected them to be either strong contenders to return to MSI, if not fighting for grand finals.
A grand finals match. Yeah.
Yeah. This definitely could have been that, but they both find themselves in the lower bracket early on as a quarterfinal matchup. Not even a semifinal or a lower final. It's a lower quarterfinal matchup very early on in playoffs. And now one of these two teams that both represented LPL at first stand a couple months ago is going to have to take an early exit and wait until Split 3. And you can see that wait is weighing heavily on both of these teams' shoulders with how respectful, how patient they are trying to play these sequences out.
Dragon up in about 40 seconds. It would be Soul if JDG are able to acquire it, but BLG are playing very far up. Shun is looking for these Qs just onto any target that he can find them. It's just about the vision. It's about tracking where JDG want to move. And trying to move further into this jungle is a difficult task with the comp that you're dealing with. These marksmen have scaled up. They have got their item breakpoints, Mark. It is so hard for Jindong Gaming to play out these late game team fights. And this is what we warned against. This is when the BLG comp really comes online.
Bin has a flank angle. Knight has the
Bin.
inside track. Xiaoshu has TP available. Bin shows himself a little too early, but commits to the play.
Oh, it's
Xiaoshu's
tagged.
gonna take too long to get there. Shun goes for the immediate backline.
Oh, the
Kick
kick!
flash onto Vampire and Gala. Hanku eliminated. BLG find the one moment needed to end this game, and they don't drop a single man. Triple kill to the Viper puppy, and BLG find the ace at 34 minutes.
And Shun finds the clutch kick onto the back line. One team fight is all it will take for BLG to break this match. Wide open, 5 members alive, barreling down in bot side. They should be able to take us to a game 4.
The evolution that Billy Gaming has been putting on display ever since being sent to the lower bracket has continued to impress series after series. BLG now find themselves on match point.
BLG, a slow, methodical, scaling game. A nice change of pace from the bloodshed and the carnage we got used to in the first 2 matches, Mark. And now 1 win is all that separates them from getting on to that next phase, from facing off against anyone's legend, and continuing their long, treacherous run in the lower bracket on their road to MSI.
1 game away from taking another step forward to defending their title as back-to-back champions, defending their chance to not only return to the global stage, but also continue the chance for a golden road, as that is still something that we haven't really mentioned because it's obviously halfway into the year.
Yeah.
But currently they have the contention for it after winning LPL Split 1 and First Stand. And that being a point that can be respected and revered, the only other time in recent memory that LPL almost achieved it was JDG with Knight in 2023. For BLG, this year means so much to them to make sure that this momentum is not halted. It is not defied or denied in any way, shape, or form. And the continued demonstration of patience and discipline from BLG, now finding themselves in the lower bracket after a upper round loss to WE, an upset that shocked the world. They are showing that evolution tenfold here against potentially their greatest rival in LPL history.
I mean, the calculated intentions here from BLG in game number 3 was... It's such a welcome change of pace for a team and a group of 5 that has historically all been about the mechanics, all been about the fights, all been about the carnage and the chaos and the madness that the LPL brings, and being able to elevate it to that next level to really take some names domestically and internationally. As like you talked about, this is a team with international aspirations. Don't want to go too heavy on the Golden Road narrative, but if they do win LPL, they will be halfway there. So that is something. But to see them now in game 3 completely throw the style that we have gotten accustomed to from them out the window and play that methodical League of Legends, it's so refreshing to see that they can rein it in a little bit, that they don't get too trigger happy, that they have the ability to play more calculated, inspires, I think, a lot more confidence for them going forward into this series and potentially beyond. I think that this is one of the biggest weaknesses that has been talked about for BLG historically as an organization. So the fact that we are seeing them get past that here in playoffs, really encouraging to see overall. And for the side of JDG, I felt like this was just a game where the draft was really difficult to play out. I won't say that very often, where draft really puts you in a tough spot right from the get-go, but the Vayne curveball felt like it was something that JDG just weren't prepared for. The double marksman scaling threat was something they were ill-equipped to deal with, and they forced plays like what you see right here, but at this point, it almost felt too late. Kog'Maw was getting close to his really big 4-item breakpoint. Bin had already scaled up as this Vayne. It just felt like they had opportunities to pull the trigger, and when they finally did, the game felt like it had been out of their hands for too long.
Yeah, and dare I say, I think this is Bin's best Vayne performance in recent memory.
Probably.
He's only played it, I want to say, once, so maybe it's not so bold to say, oh yeah, best Vayne performance this year if he's only played it one other time, but I think when Bin sometimes learns new champions and adapts to the newer picks that happen in the meta, sometimes there's been like a harsh learning curve in the past. I remember talking to some of the more tenured LPL colleagues that it took a while for Bin to get used to Rumble. It took a while for Bin to get used to Mbessa, but once he put in the games on them, finally got them under their belt. And having been the recipient of that Vayne top counter pick when he picked Gnar and Zwayon dumpstered him with the Vayne.
Yeah, that was a treat.
I mean, the rest of the LPL definitely learned afterwards, but Bin pays the investment of this Vayne mastery tenfold, and not only remove Xiaoshu from being able to do anything in the side lane against him, but also is the main reason why so much pressure was put onto a side lane to try and stop him and give over a free Baron to BLG.
Bin really made the laning phase difficult for Xiaoshu. I was really interested to see how this Jax phase rush loadout was going to work for him. And frankly, I'm still wondering, Mark, because it didn't feel like we got to see a lot of interaction between the top laners. Xiaoshu, every time he looked to go for an engage, Bin would just condemn him away. So it was just about making sure Jax never got an angle. He never did. And then Vayne, being a marksman, eventually outscaled him.
Yep. Not sure if it was something that Xiaoshu had a lot of experience with, and that's why he felt confident in being able to lock in that loadout, or if it was something he had to adapt to on the fly, but didn't pay off. And now, BLG find themselves one game away from eliminating JDG early on here in the lower bracket Split 2 playoffs, denying them a chance to return to the international stage after attending alongside BLG at first stand. We'll see if BLG can close it out or if JDG still got one more game at least in them to fight on back. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, y'all, to JDG versus BLG, our lower bracket quarterfinal, a matchup between our number 1 and number 2 regular season seeds. Crazy that this is even reality.
Yeah.
But we have BLG now on match point, 1 game away from advancing in the lower bracket to face anyone's legend and eliminating JDG from the tournament.
And you know, historically, Mark, this has been a matchup, especially when we look at it in the context of 2026, that outside of the one early win that JDG got against BLG, BLG have progressively gotten to be more of a raid boss for JD Gaming. It feels like the wins for BLG have been more dominant. It feels like it has always been them capable of pulling out the wins with increasingly crazier picks and increasingly crazier strats, and JDG not being able to put up as much of a fight as the year has gone by, but them winning game number 1, or game number 2 rather, I should say, to tie up the series does prove that they have some fight left in them, that they are still able to contend with BLG. And I think a lot of people coming into this series were concerned that JDG was just going to get wiped, because you look at the context of 2026, and that has been kind of the story, especially in split number 2. BLG have absolutely dominated JDG in every set that they have played against each other so far in spring. And JDG being able to get that 1 win back does kind of feel like it moves that notion a little bit. And if they would be able to take us to game number 5 and have a chance at being able to, I would say, pull off an upset against BLG, it would be one of the big stories of the tournament in a playoffs that has already had so many stories and so many crazy things happen.
While JDG still leads overall series and match win record over BLG, the recency win streak from BLG favors them and has them as the favorites for now the past 4 months.
It's not even really close.
Yeah, their last loss to JDG was during the regular season of Split 1. And then, ever since then, it's been back-to-back wins by BLG from Winners Finals Split 1 playoffs, Grand Finals Split 1 playoffs, Semifinals First Stand, and then both seasons during the regular season in Split 2. 5 matches in a row that they have bested JDG, and they are 1 game away from doing it for a 6th time in a row now.
They are. So JDG backs against the wall, and unfortunately behind you is a big, giant void of which there is no escape. The loser of this series going to be chilling until split number 3, and for the 2nd seed, that is not the fate that they want to be put on towards. But BLG, the 1st seed, also don't want to be in that position. And again, just have to reiterate how crazy it is that we are in this position, Mark. Even the winner of this series has a mountain to climb in order to get to that next international. As we are onto the bans for game number 4 here, Varus going to continue being taken off the board by BLG. Rumble going to remain permabanned as well. I am interested in this Aurora ban, though. Feels like it might direct Knight to play something a little bit on the more scrappy side. And I'm wondering what that pick is going to be, as once we start getting into game 4s and 5s, you start to lose track as a caster. You might have a call out, and then, you know, you look for a couple of seconds and say, oh, it's Fearless away.
4 games now going into Fearless draft once again. That means 15 champions from both sides are gone for a total of 30 eliminated from the potential pool. And we're continuing to see a lot of bans put onto the Varus and the Orianna. Nocturne, once again, taken away from JDG. It has not been available to Junja this entire series. Gnar, removed from the pool, as well as Aurora. So now when you're looking at mid lane champions, what comes to mind here?
I know, a lot of the first pick ones specifically are no longer up on the board. So I like this. JDG instead gonna be pivoting toward the bot lane to set up for Gala Vampire to get the, I would assume, Ashe Seraphine. They're gonna lock Seraphine down first. BLG, though, can respond by denying the Ashe and maybe going for something like an early Braum pick if they choose. But given that the Seraphine is already locked down, Rafa, they don't automatically need to go for a support champion because, I mean, it's already been locked here for JDG. So there's no threat of losing a good pairing.
I mean, for them, they deny the Ashe Seraphine from being a pair. So now, when you think of next best pairings for Ashe, Lulu's already gone, Emilio's gone.
Braum?
But I remember, Ashe Braum would be the next best option, and it's a great way to answer into Seraphine because of the Encore being blocked by the Unbreakable, and Shun is just going to look for an instant Skarner lock-in. So this opens up the front line duty and responsibility from Bin and potentially on if it's not Braum for him.
All right, but this also does mean that JDG don't have to fear something like the Mel, because BLG are going to be forced between potentially locking that down for Knight and then getting the Ashe Braum over to BLG. So, going to kind of force them to choose on 3 what they really want to prioritize. And yeah, Olaf lock-in here for JDG does have flex potential, and we have seen some crazy 3-star Michelin star chef cooks come through by Tabe in the top lane before. Olaf would not be in that realm. It is still a good champion top, but doesn't see a matchup quite yet. So is undecided on where it will end up, but we will see JDG round out their bot lane with the Jhin instead. So a lot of CC, a lot of lockdown as well. I would imagine from here, JDG really just want to get a strong top side that can be facilitated by the Jhin Seraphine.
Anytime you have a Jace locked in, I'm always thinking about how you can supplement that poke with either hard engage to commit after the poke has been dealt, which you have the Ashe Arrow and the Skarner to be able to look for that as soon as this Jace chunks out critical members low enough. But for JDG, like the pairing of the Jhin with this Olaf, because already, whether it's going to go into Junja's hands or into Xiaoshu's hands, they want to be able to just brute force their way into the back line. And if all the attention and the disruption is now put into trying and peel this Olaf away, no one is going to be focusing the Jhin, and that's a perfect time for Gala to set up that Sniper's Crow nest in the screen away. Maokai, however, banned, trying to pinpoint whether this was going to be Xiaoshu's Olaf, and then denying that Maokai away from Junja this late into the series.
So we do see on the other side, though, JDG opting to go for LeBlanc bans. I wonder if they're going to ban something like the Akali, to take away a lot of these aggressive assassin picks from Knight. This could be opening up maybe a Yone angle to come through from Hongq if he wanted to get a little bit spicy with it. It's been some time since I think we've seen Hongq on that pick, but it is a vintage, famous character that he has pulled out some crazy performances on in the past. BLG, though, instead, probably just going to pick up the Braum here, I think. I don't think they're in a big rush to
Nidalee support or Skarner support? It could be Skarner support.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness. We have Nidalee. We have Nidalee for BLG in game 4. I have to imagine that it should be something like Nidalee jungle and Skarner support. I know that there was, I think, a Kael game on the Skarner support recently, or
there it is.
It's been seeing some waves, but as you called out, Sejuani and Yone, that links up. So this will at least give strong setup for Sejuani in both solo lanes for the Olaf and the Yone to proc or permafrost. BLG now trying to decide what their final champion is going to be. And we didn't even discuss the potential of a Jace flex to mid lane if this happens to be Zehen for top.
It could be a Zehen for Bin, and it's gonna be locked in here, Mark. So both teams pulling out a bunch of stops here in game number 4. But I do, really quickly, before we end going into the game and get the Gyos out of the way, want to explain the Skarner support just a little bit, because it looks like that is going to be what is pulled out for on. Skarner does a deceptively high amount of damage early in the game. When you've got the poison or the bleed or whatever word you want to use to call
passive,
it. The passive, we'll just go with that. It really provides a lot of DPS early. So I think Viper and On can easily play up far in this lane, especially against Gala, who on this Jhin is immobile. So if he gets caught by an Ishtal's impact, he might be as good as dead. So I think that the kill pressure of this bot lane provides a lot of openings for the rest of BLG to play up around that side of the map. But on the other end, it's a strong top side for JDG. We've seen this strategy before, and it has been successful in the past, and now it's going to need to be the thing that saves them from elimination in the playoffs here, Mark.
JDG have their backs against the wall, and they need to push at least for 2 game wins to advance themselves in the lower bracket. BLG just one game win away, and we have a special treat in Shun pulling out his Nidalee.
Yup. World famous.
This guy, one of the few LPL junglers that I trust with my life in seeing an exquisite Nidalee performance. It's time for Game 4 between BLG and Jindong Gaming.
A lot of poke, a lot of early game aggression possible here from kind of that trifecta of Shun, Knight, and Viper early on in this game. We'll have to see what Shun gets up to in these early pathings. One of the big advantages, Mark, and I'm sure you as the Nidalee guy on the cast can definitely back me up on this. The biggest commodities of Nidalee is how flexible you can be in the pathing. You can go through the Dragon Pit. You can go cross-map. You can look for invades against a champion like Sejuani, who is not known to be strong very early on. You can bully Junja around, and I feel like Shun in the past has been so good at being able to go on champions like the Nidalee, like the Kindred, capable of cross-mapping and being aggressive the moment they hit the rift, and just running with that pressure the whole way through.
Yeah. Shun definitely up to date on Nidalee clears, starting Raptors with the level 1E. On Flash Install
there
impact,
it is.
proccing the Ignite. Vampire already under fire, forced to pop the Summoner Heal as well as the Flash. It is a trade of Summoner spells between both supports, but On already showing the devastating power of the Skarner support with the Hail of Blades.
That's what we talked about. Ishtal's impact providing so much damage and so much lockdown in the early phases of this matchup. Hawkshot going to also spot out where Junja is on the pathing, but we see that Shun doesn't really have too much of a concern looking for any of those invades so far, but it's a lot of skirmishing happening between the lanes. We saw some trades of HP go down in mid. Obviously, that Flash Ishtal's impact from On in bot. And already, we can see the Skarner roaming around Summoner's Rift to try and look for some pressure onto Honkyu's Yone.
When I think of classic Nidalee support combinations to set up that spear, Skarner does not spring to mind. But you find that Ishtal's impact, that stun lasts long enough for a spear to connect. And fun fact, Quacks, this is Shun's first Nidalee in over a year. Last time he played it was March 23rd of last year when he was on the Jindong Gaming roster.
That's absolutely crazy, and this is a pick that people know him for. I mean, Shun's Nidalee, Shun's Kindred, these aggressive, high-octane junglers are what he made his name on so many years ago, and what he has kept his reputation on. Yup. And so now it is going to be the difference maker between BLG being taken to Game 5 or being able to end the series in 4 here against JDG. Got a double crab as well, so already off to a really good early start.
Knight getting super low on the trades there. Meanwhile, On finds another stun onto Vampire, but Viper cannot continue the trade because Junja bails out the bot lane. First blood to Jindong Gaming.
It may have been double crab over to the Nidalee, Mark, but the thing is with Sejuani, they don't need resources in order to thrive. Junja shows up, collects a kill for the Sejuani, and JDG find themselves on the board with first blood. I think the Skarner showing itself as more of a double-edged sword because you get that lockdown, you get that commitment, you get that CC, but when you're in the fight, you might not exit out of it.
And now On is ready to make impact on the other side of the map. That forces the ghost out of Xiaoshu. Does he want to take this fight with Bin right at his side? The flash from Xiaoshu at least guarantees a trade, but now Bin has control of the wave and a solo kill to his name.
Yeah, he's going in, he's not coming out. Like we just said, On gets taken down for the second time this game. It is a trade, and Bin will definitely take that every day of the week. But still, the Skarner support not necessarily paying as much dividends, I think, as BLG were hoping in these early minutes of the game. Viper going to be feeling the pain of that as well as JDG. It's a ton of free gold given over to Gala there. They're going to crash this wave, even pick up a plate for the Jhin early on.
Meanwhile, on the Scorpion returns back to bot lane, doing his best to provide some pressure and at least some relief to Viper's Ashe, who is still maintaining somewhat of a CS advantage, but he is low in the health department. So it's going to make things harder for him to collect minions crashed in by Gala and Vampire. First dragon has spawned 30 seconds ago. Shun constantly hovering in between both the top and the bottom sides of the map. Solid camp advantage, but they still can fight for this second respawn crab that would guarantee either of these junglers level 6.
And for Junja, it's way more important. You get access to that glacial prison and just means so much more. Shun doesn't really need to get level 6. I mean, he already has his ultimate at level 1, so not too consequential.
Now,
just kind of feels like a deny.
Hang on.
All right.
Execute damage
That is
goes
true.
up. Cougar damage on all 3 of her abilities goes up. Yeah, it's not like game-changing CC, but your lethalness goes up a ton. Now Shun, oh, but the Sejuani barely shows.
They don't see him. All right, well, now they're going to spot him out.
Shun almost getting pounced on here. He just jumps away from the glacial prison. A little too slow from Junja there. And Honkyu not able to look for a follow with the Fate Sealed on, swerves on in. Shun's got to be careful. Flashes away from the deadly floor. So Honkyu Fate Sealed forces Knight's own flash. But no member of the BLG squad falls to the hands of JDG.
All right, it's a bunch of jockeying for control around this bot side river, but like you said, no one goes down. Viper is going to get some solo gold over to himself as this Ashe. And BLG with Prior are just going to keep forcing the issue.
Honkyu forced a flash from the Ishtal impact, but Shun goes
Shun
a
is
little
found.
too deep. The CC, great from JDG, punishes the cat, and they look for On next.
All right, it's a 2-for-1. Honkyu crucially going to be denied some minions under his own turret, but did get the kill. So going to, at the very least, give something over to the Yone when all is said and done. But Knight is going to be able to get another plate on this turret. So gold given over to the Jace as well. Both mid laners get something for their pockets and something for their wallets in that play mark. And the dragon has been up for a while. Grubs are about to spawn in 10 seconds. This has been a recurring pattern over the course of this series where neither team is really chomping at the bit to go for these neutrals, stalling out, waiting for the game to kind of run its course and treating the objectives more like a consolation prize or something that is like a convenience almost rather than a legitimate win con. The win con of Dragon has been really apparent, but it doesn't really come through until much later in the game because the first dragon is taken so late.
And the early game control has been far more important, especially to a team like JDG, where we saw earlier in the series how much being able to have that bot priority guaranteed, have resources being accelerated into Gala's pockets, gives them a better footing to fight with. Now, Shun on the Nidalee, able to look for the grubs and should not be contested here as Junja's already pathing towards the bot side of the map. All 3 grubs going to go their way. This is going to help a lot with champions like this Zehen as well as the Jace, who are going to be trying to play to that signature side laning that BLG has with both of their solo lanes here and gives them more pressure on these turrets. Now, one thing I want to point out here, Quacks, it's a Proto Belt rush from Nidalee for Shun. We saw Lichbane, definitely a very strong item, but this is a heavy melee bruiser stacking topside from JDG with a tank from Sejuani. If you are going in melee range with Lichbane, you are not healthy enough nor durable enough with no HP in that item build path to survive the turnaround. So Proto Belt is going to give you a lot more ability haste. It's going to give you more HP and a lot more survivability with that Rocket Belt active. I would not be surprised if Shun then goes for Liandry's second and not a Lichbane because he's just trying to be as durable as possible and trying to play to chunk the health bars of JDG.
It really feels like Shun is not going to be playing to engage the fights at all as this Nidalee. I think when we look at the main damage of BLG, it comes through the poke, the spears, the shock blasts from Knight. all of the poke from Viper as well. They have a pretty big range advantage over most of JDG, and that has got to be the thing that they look to leverage as much as possible. I do agree with you that the extra dash and the health from the Rocket Belt really is what Shun is looking for, just to mitigate the pick potential of this JDG top side. But playing from a distance is what BLG want to do, and it is the main way they should be playing this early to mid game. As now Bin is looking for the 1v1, but Shun is in the area too.
Not a true 1v1. Xiaoshu smirks at the attempt gank from Shun. Only has to trade his Ragnarok and his Ghost, so overall summoner advantage now for Bin, with the flash and the TP at the ready. Next objective not coming up for another 4 minutes on the Rift Herald, 3.5 for the second dragon of the game. So I want to take this time, Quacks, and remind people that we are potentially witnessing a very early exit from either JDG or BLG. And for the two players, Knight from BLG, hang on, Ash Arrow looking for HongQ in the mid lane. Okay, sidesteps it with the Soul Unbound. This would be either Knight or Junja's worst playoffs finish since 2021 for Knight and 2020 for Junja here.
It would be. So, you know, 6 and 5 years, respectfully, of dominance going to be put to a halt in this series for whoever ends up losing it for Knight and Junja. For Junja, I feel like it has been so many wins. We talked about this in split number 1, but I mean, this was a guy who had won, what, like 7 straight titles or something like that, and got put to a stop last time around by the fact that BLG won that grand finals. And now BLG have the potential to break his streak entirely of high placements by putting an end to JDG right here and right now.
Yeah,
but
and the caveat is that Junja having that streak over in the LCP and before coming back over to LPL after his stint over on EDG
yep.
in 2021. For Knight, I think even though BLG are up in the series, JDG do have the structure and the bones for a comp that could try and force these picks with really solid engage tools between Sejuani ulti, Fate Sealed from the Yone, Encore from the Seraphine. But so far, BLG have the steady makings of a strong gold lead. Another arrow from downtown from Viper fishing for HongQ, but good sidestep. On tries to look for the quick punish with the assault impact, but he flashes away.
Vampire!
Multiple members, the Impale for the re-engage. Shun in the thick of the fight, but the flash from Junja secures the killing blow onto Knight's Jace, and now Shun has to retreat. Gala coming up the rear on the bot side. River will not be able to assist in locking down the cat, but JDG continue stifling the gold advantage from BLG.
Good reactive gameplay there from JDG. Enchanted Crystal Arrow gets thrown out. HongQ immediately unbinds his soul and dodges out on that. And then the flash ultimate there from Vampire to react to the Impale. JDG, it's only 1 kill, but they turn the attempt there around on BLG, and it's more gold into their pockets when all is said and done. So I want to get another replay to this. HongQ, pixel perfect reaction there as the Yone. And we can see Impale comes through, but HongQ is basically untouched at this point. Junja is tanky enough to where he can take all of that damage. He does just that, gets his second of the game. We don't necessarily highlight the gold being onto the Sejuani. Sejuani, not one of the win conditions that we're looking at as JDG to carry this game. But if he is tankier, it just means that you have someone to deal against the poke that BLG will be putting onto you.
And you're starting to see some of the consequences of going for a more durable build for this Nidalee. Rocket Belt, a lot more survivability, but man, your all-in burst is much weaker.
Yep. It is, and I think BLG now are kind of forced to give away pressure on this bot side River. You can see that they're jockeying for control over the mid lane, but both top laners are actually maneuvering down. You can see that Bin is hovering around that river. HongQ has to be in.
Oh! The install impact pushes HongQ, and the face Fate Seal can't get past the Scorpion. BLG find the counterpunch and finally put Honkyu Yone's down.
Insane positioning there from On. Blocks the ultimate from allowing the Yone to get away. Now Gala's in trouble. Fails the flash!
That's a squishy ADC. It doesn't matter if it's a Rocket Belt or a Lich Bane. That Nidalee will still eat that marksman alive. Shun finds his first kill on his Nidalee.
And JDG, they've had the whole game turned around on them. They had control over the bot side river, but a pick onto Honkyu, followed by a pick onto Gala, and a failed flash from the Jhin. Suddenly Shun is on the dragon, and the stacking of the Drakes is denied for Jindong Gaming.
This will help BLG be bought some more time so that they are not forced into any negative fights with very bad setup into future circumstances. Going forward now, though, this is an infernal map, this game, and oh boy, for a composition like BLG that has damage in nearly every single role, that is going to aid them a lot if they can get that stacking going. There's a lot of vision around this Rift Herald River. Shun already has the objective at 5,000 HP. Junja has Glacial Prison available, but Shun is very slippery, and Viper already forcing Junja away, forced to use the Arctic Assault just to escape, and Viper able to sidestep both the Deadly Flourish as well as the double beat drop.
And I like this play coming out from BLG. Knight commits his teleport to guarantee the Herald is given over to BLG, and JDG are forced to give that away. And then Bin teleports to the bot side so that Honkyu can't get any resources. A nice little swip swap there from the solo laners to maximize their gains and minimize their losses around the map. So some of that BLG macro coming through here, Mark, and it is going to pay dividends as now we can see first item breakpoints are starting to be hit for some of these members. Bin is getting closer to that second item, actually, as we see the Trinity Force complete. Has the healing cut as well. Zahen, a deceptively good champion at being able to apply multiple stacks of Grievous Wounds onto multiple members.
Yeah. It's going to be very essential as there's a lot of deceptive sustain coming out from this team. Still 3 minutes away from the next dragon as Shun secured the second one of the game. Baron spawning up in 2. Honkyu being aided by Junja on the side lane. The blue sweeper does not find this Sejuani. Knight could be in trouble. Fate sealed on top of the Glacial Prison. The Primal Surge, not enough healing to save his mid laner. Great pick by Junja, and even greater to sneak around the Vision Cone.
All right, Honkyu gets more gold. Now he is battling Shun in this bot side river to try and crash this wave. Meanwhile, in mid, Viper is getting solo gold as this Ashe. So BLG winning out in other facets around the map here. JDG getting a kill for their efforts, but when all is said and done, not really able to translate it into anything that equates to tying up what Viper managed to get. It's not just gold into the Ashe, but this is going to be so crucial in giving BLG more control around these dragons for the future.
It's a nice pick onto the Jace, but Knight still somewhat ahead in gold thanks to the repeated attacks from BLG onto Honkyu's Yone. Curious to see how JDG continue playing the map now, though, because Bin has once again amassed himself a very sizable advantage into Xiaoshu. I don't think we've really seen a game where Xiaoshu has had a clear advantage over Bin in this series. Ashe Arrow connects, Junja absorbs it, Encore at least breaks open the fight, but the well-timed impale buffering through the ultimate intercepts Honkyu on the engage, makes the trade a 1-for-1, but On will gladly give his life for that of the Yone.
All right, Protoplasm keeps Junja alive. He does have to expend the flash, but it is a 1-for-1 when all is said and done, like you said, but Tower crucially goes over to BLG as well. Gala is stepping up!
Oh no! Gala tries to flash away, but still falls to the power of Knight's Jace as he slams down the hammer.
And a full distance max range Nidalee Spear also in the back of the Jhin as well for good measure. As we do get a replay on this bot side. Junja tanks up the Ashe Arrow, tanks up the Spear. is in the middle of all of the commotion and poke that we talked about being a big highlight of BLG's comp, but he's the one that manages to survive. It's Honkyu that goes down, and this Yone Mark is just being put down so relentlessly by BLG. JDG, they're trying their best to give advantages over to their mid laner, but it feels like BLG are so good at being able to put a wrench in that plan.
Oh boy, Vampire now in a world of trouble. Flashes over the wall, but it's the Ash Arrow that is the executing blow. Not even needed for the stun, just the lethal amount of necessary damage to finish him off. BLG are in position to rotate on over to a spawning dragon.
Should be able to give them the second Drake of the game, and you can see Bin teleporting to the bot side. Denies more gold over to Honkyu on this Yone, just looking to try and split push in a lane, get some solo gold on this pick, but he's constantly forced to join up for these team fights where he frankly isn't strong enough, Mark. BLG are finding these timers, and they force him to get involved.
This constant proactivity is the closest we can recall BLG at their best. Where was that glacial prison going? It doesn't matter. They still get the kill now, but Xiaoshu is going to be completely separated from the rest of his team as Han picks up a freebie for himself. Impale, Storms out the dive, and Shun lands a crucial spear onto Honkyu, continuing the chase. Mikhail's Crucible at least gets Shun out alive for now. A Rift Herald has spawned, and On is gonna take it for a potential joyride, looking to knock up multiple members here. They're trying to dodge it. They're trying to weave around it, but they knock up a flashless Vampire on the Seraphine. Arrow goes wide, but this spear might not connect as Golem manages to survive by the skin of his teeth. Junja as well, but BLG returning back to their usual antics, constantly skirmishing, constantly forcing fights, and now they can look for this Baron.
What is possessing On in this mid-game, Mark? It was looking like a few rough plays from the Skarner early on, not panning out the way he was hoping, but ever since then, the setup from this pick to allow the poke from Knight, from Shun to land has been so insane. He set him up with the Rift Herald knockup, for God's sake. That is absolutely insane. Baron acquired for BLG. And now we're going to get a replay of how this fight started. Knight gets engaged onto, and I think responded to this about as good as he could. He flashes over, trying to create some distance. Does basically get Olaf to 1 HP. He tries to heal up on the minions, but it's no use. He's going to get taken down. And then right here, I want to pay attention to Shun. So, drags him to a spear. How does that land onto the Yone? It went through the Sejuani, Mark.
I have no idea, Quacks. I don't think I've seen a spear lollipop like that ever before in my life, but
knock up,
boom,
boom, right there. Crazy cinema game coming out here on the Skarner support of all things, plus the Nidalee jungle. A vintage Shun game is exactly what we needed. We didn't know we needed it, but the fact that it's here now,
I've been missing it.
I have been missing it too, my friend.
Last time he played it, more than a year ago, in Split 2 placements during the 2025 season when he was on JDG, and it has been dormant. It has been in the back of his pocket for many, many months. And I am definitely happy to see that even though I would have understood a Liandry's Torment's second rush, he goes for the Lich Bane. He has even more burst damage now at his side. He's going for the Seekers into the Zonias for that clutch playmaking and durability to be able to immune to any damage coming through when he goes into stasis. Junja looking for a turnaround flash. Engage.
They found
Viper in the backline, and Xiaoshu TP's on in, picks up a freebie, and JDG are guaranteed a numbers advantage for the next 40 seconds.
Good punish there from JDG. Viper had no flash, no ghost. There was no way for the Ashe to get out of there. BLG abandoned their AD carry to save the rest of their skin. They've still got Baron for another 30 seconds here, and they will continue to keep pressure up on this top side. Maybe looking for Junja.
Gotta be careful here. Deadly Flourish doesn't connect the root onto anyone. Curtain Call trying to slow down their exit. Not going to get too far, but at least guarantees JDG secures the red buff for themselves.
I thought Shun got the red buff with the spear. That
it looked like it, but
it did. It did. But on top of the added bonuses with the Lich Bane, I do want to highlight, we saw this from Monkey. It made the difference. Literally, in their series against BLG, Monkey had Lich Bane, and with the back door, the extra damage that you get onto structures with that item
it's so strong, man.
allowed them to win the game. So on top of the poke, on top of the damage, and all of the things that you talked about, Mark, it gives extra siege power over to BLG. And with a comp that is already heavy on the poke and very good with their sieging, it just makes a difficult situation for JDG that much worse. Dragon up in about 20 seconds, and this could be a difficult situation for Jindong Gaming. Maybe the last situation they find themselves in of the second split here in 2026 if they cannot turn this situation and this play around.
BLG are up nearly 6,000 gold. However, they're not in position to contest this dragon outright. There's Vision, at least keeping track of where Shun is.
Teleport from
Control
Bin.
Ward keeps eyes on the dragon. Bin TP's in, so does Knight. Good poke from Bin, or I should say Knight with the accelerated shock blast. Bin now in the pit, trying to force Junja off. Junja secures the dragon. What's the cost for it? Glacial Prison stuns one onto Viper, but Junja will give his life for the cause as the rest of BLG hunt down the Boar Rider. And JDG now are forced to retreat to try and defend their base from crumbling from the siege.
Honestly, I feel like that's a good situation for JDG. Baron buff is off of BLG now, so they're not going to be able to force a play onto some of these turrets that are still standing on the side of JDG. They also deny the soul point, crucially, from Billy Gaming, and allow themselves to stall out this game and that win con just a little bit more. And really, it's just about time for JDG. You need more items on Yone. You need more items on Xiaoshu. You need to get these solo laners to a position where they can be more impactful in team fights. Getting that dragon provides that extra little buffer. It's just a matter of if JDG can make the most of it.
It's so difficult to do with this massive gold deficit on their side, especially when it is so evenly split up. There's no one single target that you can just pop and instantly claw back that entire gold deficit. Shun and Bin are the biggest targets, though, because they have the biggest bounties on their heads. But Zhonya's Hourglass has been completed by Shun, even harder to lock down now.
And look at this man, forsaking his ego, not going for the Mage Ice. He's got 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, but he understands that the moment you go for the book, you upgrade the ring to a book, you lose all of your stacks. It's just the way the world works.
And I have to say, I want to go back to BLG's constant evolution being demonstrated here in the lower bracket. This is the closest we remember of a BLG that constantly tries to fight and skirmish and brute force their way, trying to use their mechanics to win these fights. But there's been a notable slowing down of the pace of the game. BLG understand the gravitas of being in the lower bracket to begin with, and despite this massive gold advantage, they have also been on the receiving ends of massive comebacks by JDG during the regular season of Split 1. They remember those pains all too familiarly, and the last thing they want to do after having this massive gold advantage is to chuck it right back over to JDG. So you can see the patience and the discipline being on full effect here again.
And here is yet another struggle against going face-to-face with one of these giant poke comps that BLG have drafted up, trying to get vision around this Baron, even just dropping a ward. You never know if a spear is going to find your back. You never know if a shock blast is going to get sent into your face. You never know if an enchanted crystal arrow is going to collide with you. JDG are treading on very thin ice here by walking up this close. BLG aren't even onto the Baron, and you can see just how difficult it is for Jindong Gaming to get any modicum of vision around this top side.
And now after putting a ton of vision down on this top side, do they feel confident in trying to start up this Baron? The Undertow grants brief vision here. On might be caught by the Glacial Prison, but the Mikhail's Crucible breaks him out of the CC chain. 3-man impale.
Big impale!
And sends it to the skies. Massive burst damage. Massive destruction. Absolute annihilation at the hands of BLG. Jindong Gaming lose 3 and any chance of stealing this Baron away.
And this man has turned it on, Mark! 3-man impale sets up the BLG damage dealers to wreak havoc onto Jindong Gaming. Baron acquired, and that might just be the straw that broke the camel's back. BLG nearly 10,000 gold up. Baron acquired onto 4 members, and turrets yet to be taken. This might just be the play that gets them to that next round of the lower bracket and continues the run that everyone says they'll go on.
Take a look back at the replay. On is the one that receives the engage, but in his dying breath, he finds a 3-man impale, and it sets everything up.
Vampire even flashes forward to get the encore, immediately gets snagged up, and then the hammer Q slammed down by Knight. The damage comes through. Viper is over the wall. Junja tries to do something to salvage the play, but he can't do anything. BLG win out on the fight. They get the Baron. Dragon is up in about 10 seconds, and I don't even think all of the members need to commit themselves onto this objective. You can see that Bin is on the top side. You can see that Knight is joined up around there with him. They are looking to press their advantage on multiple different fronts.
And now JDG are just in a constant state of desperation. They can no longer wait for the safe play. They have to find quick picks on side lanes where BLG are not attentive, are not respectful of where JDG could be overloaded at a period in time. Constant spears, constant poke with Shun's Nidalee and Knight's Jace. The accelerated shock blast have to constantly be scouted out for and be careful from the members of JDG to not get hit by. And my goodness, that damage. Okay. Impale goes wide.
Yep. It's just JDG now trying to weather the storm of the BLG siege power, but shock blasts keep getting thrown out. Spears keep getting tossed. You talked about this just now, Mark. It is so difficult for JDG to play these ones out. Bin is also in mid, so they have a 4-1 split coming through here. They want to try and break open the base with the Baron buff still active for another 30 seconds.
So incredible to see BLG, even though the WE upset was unexpected and shocked the world and sent them into the lower bracket early on.
Viper.
BLG doing everything they can.
Xiaoshu!
As Viper gets attacked by Xiaoshu, TPing into the backline once again. Knight tries to hold his own, and with Shun's help, he's able to slay Xiaoshu
the
where
heal!
he stands. Junja goes way too far. The Primal Surge. Shun's Nidalee has returned to Summoner's Rift with the vengeance, and he's ready to pounce on every last member of Jindong Gaming.
Baron buff is now fallen for BLG, though. They've got a numbers advantage for about 30 seconds here. Knight is going forward.
Hongq forced to flash away from the skies. Knight puts a dent into the health bar of his mid lane counterpart. Hongq's going to be forced to recall and try and replenish his entire health bar. BLG now ready to break open the base. Gall is attacked by Shun's Nidalee once again. It's a 4 versus 2 advantage for the next 15 seconds. This could be the victory march for BLG.
First seed versus second seed. It's not where we expected it to happen in the bracket, but BLG, that just makes them want to turn up the heat even more with elimination on the line. They will not fail. They will not falter. Open Nexus, Mark, is here.
Nexus turrets open. Shun stunned up by the Glacial Prison. Top Esports dug their grave, and BLG will carve their tombstone. JDG are eliminated from playoffs, and BLG advance in the lower bracket.
BLG, their story will not come to an end. The first seed will continue to fight. And JDG, unfortunately, end of the line for them. The first time in 6 years that Junja has unfortunately fallen this low in a playoffs. his streak is put to an end mark. And BLG, they've got a long, treacherous road ahead of them. They still have 2 more series to go before they can make it into that international contention. But it's a good look for them. This was the 2nd seed, and I would say one of the bigger challenges that they will be facing here in this lower bracket. JDG were certainly no slouches. They showed up here today, but unfortunately BLG, they're just those guys.
Hearts broken for JDG. We didn't expect them to take an exit in playoffs this early on. They, alongside BLG, were our top 2 favorites to make that run in the upper bracket. Hell, we were expecting them to meet in Uppers Finals when we looked at the trajectory of both of their sides of the bracket. But Top Esports getting the better end of JDG in the upper semifinals, sending them into BLG's collision course, who, ever since being sent down by WE in the first round, have been on an absolute warpath. And unfortunately for JDG, they are just another casualty along the way.
For sure, as we get the updated bracket here, 4 teams remain in the playoffs, Mark. AL versus BLG going to be the next route in the BLG warpath. The Pandas are in their way next. And that is going to be a very exciting match. Playoffs are heating up, and I could not be more excited.
Anyone's Legend versus BLG in the lower semifinals. That is a rematch of the Split 2 grand finals from last year, Quacks. Woo! Oh boy. Obviously, a lot has changed since then.
Quite a bit.
Tabe no longer on that roster as the coach, but BLG just dispatched him and the rest of JDG back to Split 3 waiting room. And with this continued evolution from BLG we are seeing, being tested constantly by the trials of fire, they are reforging themselves a new identity, showing that they are not just the team that relies on winning lane to win the game. They are demonstrating smarter macro decision making, more patience, more discipline. This is a BLG evolution that, like you said many times throughout this series, Quacks, we have all wanted to see from them over the years of their dominance. And this 2026 iteration of them, with Shun returning to the lineup, Viper joining to help push the ceiling higher, and the new coaching staff for BLG it's taken its time, but it is starting to hit its stride, and we're seeing more and more peaks out of them. And I'm genuinely very excited to see this versatile BLG try and push themselves back into not only grand finals contention, but also returning to the global stage so that they have a chance to defend their golden road.
In this last game, we talk about the BLG macro, and there were shades of it in this game. Most specifically, I think BLG with the teleport swaps to minimize the amount of solo gold Hongq could get on a side lane was a nice touch. It really made the game difficult for Yone. I mean, we're seeing in the replays how heavily BLG focused on putting Hongq behind here in game number 3. But on top of that, Mark, I feel like it is much needed to see a macro-oriented BLG come through, because their next opponents are AL, who are one of the slower paced teams in Ascend and still remaining in the playoffs. They've got that killer instinct with players like Tarzan, but I think as far as the macro goes, AL are a very macro-oriented team. So if BLG can match them on that front, they will come in and remain the heavy favorites going for that best of 5 as well. It is a much-needed adaptation going forward, and I'm glad we got to see it in practice here against JDG.
Yeah. As a Shun fan, seeing this Nidalee performance in their match point was just awesome to see. And I am being inspired to see more Nidalee combinations that are not Nautilus Leona support to try and lock down targets for spears. We can add Skarner support to the roster.
We can. On capable of pulling out the Skarner, and personally my MVP for the game, Mark. I don't know about you. I think that Shun, like you said, had a lot of really flashy plays on his infamous Nidalee, but like, look at this. I mean, 3-man impale. This was the play that I think turned the game from bad to worse and practically unwinnable for the side of Jingdong Gaming. There was so much crucial setup done by the Skarner, and a bit of a redemption story, a mini one for On in his own right for this game, as it did not start out pretty for the Skarner's support. There were a couple of oopsie plays from him, but he turned it around in the mid game. His synergy with Shun and the ability to get plays done on the map, I think is what really allowed BLG to take that extra step past the 15-minute mark and be such a strong team fighting team. It was because of the Skarner setup. It was because of On's positioning. Beautiful performance from him, not just in this game, but in this series. He hasn't won player of the game yet, but damn, he's going to do it right here. Much deserved.
Normally, I would love for a Nidalee to get player of the game, but you cannot deny through the best and the worst times of On this Skarner, he persisted and got shiz done, baby. It didn't matter if he died doing it or if he whipped an impale, he got back up and he ensured that the next time he threw out his ultimate, it counted it. And unanimous vote from the entire LPL broadcast staff in giving On player of the game for that exquisite Skarner performance. And that kind of display really makes me think back to what made me super excited for On in his return to showing why he is the best support in the LPL back from Split 1, where he pushed forward the Anivia support over everyone else, and now everyone else around the world for a while was also playing Anivia support until we started flexing it into multiple roles and top and mid and still remaining strong there.
They all follow his word.
Exactly. And he's not the first one to pull out Skarner support on a tier 1 stage. I don't even think YCX, who admin Alk and fellow colleague corrected me on, it wasn't Kyle, it was YCX from their AL LGD series pulled out. I don't even think that that was the first Skarner support performance in tier 1, but On showed why it is so damn powerful here, at least for the LPL here in playoffs. And I imagine that a lot of people, especially in the West, are going to be taking a lot of notes going back over this VOD.
Are we going to be seeing Skarner support in our future solo queue games? Mark, is that what you're alluding to? Are we going to be?
We're definitely seeing it in the Flex Squad for sure.
But
I'm alluding to upcoming playoff matches later today, as today is Saturday, and we still have LCS playoffs as well as LEC playoffs, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So
it's a busy day.
Yep. That's what happens on the weekend. But it looks like player of the match went over to Knight, who displayed a lot of consistency across the entire series, was attacked a lot multiple times throughout the games, but he remained mostly a constant source of damage and reliability. Hell, even the Cassiopeia game that they lost, he had a ton of damage that he was pumping out and almost turned it around for the rest of BLG. Unfortunately, that misfortune did not really work well with the rest of the composition, and Viper was put in a dumpster early on, so didn't get a chance to accelerate. But guys, that's it. BLG 3-1 JDG locked and loaded, as now they are ready to play against anyone's legend on June 8th. So 2 days from now, because tomorrow we will have our winners finals between Top Esports and WE. And my goodness, I don't think I'm excited for any other matchup coming up soon, because there's obviously some Top Esports fans, there's some Jackie Love fans, but the WE hype is so real, and if they've been able to defeat BLG and they've been able to sweep anyone's legend, I have so much faith that they can do the same against Top Esports.
If anticipation was a series, it would be this one. Top Esports have been on, I think, a really unexpected road to get to this point in their own right, having a really good series up against JDG after a somewhat lackluster game number 1. They rallied, they came back, and I think TN specifically, along with Cream, had some really good mid to late game team fighting that punished JDG significantly. And then WE has been talked about by Cadril, it's been talked about by people on Reddit and mass. People who don't even watch the LPL are taking notice of this story. It is one of the craziest things going on around the world of LoL esports. And for them to take a series win over Top Esports, qualify to MSI, it would be absolutely wild. Just the thought of that being reality, Mark. Goosebumps. I am so ready.
Yeah. A reminder, WE, it would be their first Grand Finals appearance since 2017 of spring, and their first return to the international stage since Worlds 2017. That same year, it has been a finals and global stage drought for WE as an org for more than 8-9 years at this point. It is almost 9 years fully. Holy moly.
It would be wild. I mean, WE is one of the longest tenured organizations, not just in the LPL, but in the entire world. We have seen orgs rise and fall. We have seen dynasties be made and broken. WE has persisted through basically all of LoL esports history. And so to see them get back to the international stage after 9 years, Mark, would be absolutely historic. And part of me, loves the underdog story. What got me into casting was DRX 2022. So this kind of feels like a bit of a deep Cinderella story run in its own right. And for WE to complete that, it would be really exciting. And Top Esports are in their way. I will certainly be staying up for that best of 5. Sleep schedule be damned.
Yeah, I'm ruining my sleep schedule for that one.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm already set up for it. It's 7 a.m. where I live in Utah. I think it's 9 a.m. 8 a.m. for you?
8 a.m. for me. I got work in 2 hours.
Oh my goodness. Hey,
we on that grind.
Send your energy to Quacks so he can survive his work day. 07's in the chat for my boy. But for everyone else that tuned in to this super awesome series, a massive thank you from the bottom of our hearts. A massive thank you again for recent social media accomplishments. Over 100,000 followers on Twitch, 6,000 followers on Twitter recently, and most importantly, we want to make sure that we are shouting out our elite coffee supporters in Aaron Soup and Mung, because their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. On behalf of myself, Rafa, my co-caster Quacks, our producer Ilya, and the rest of the LPL English crew, thank you so much for tuning in to tonight's coverage of JDG and BLG. Make sure you come tomorrow for our winners finals between Top Esports and WE.